Hello, everybody, and welcome to this year's final round of the Senior Prize Trials competition. This year was a long one for most 3Ls, and to be honest, every law student, but for us 3Ls, we are finishing our law school experience remote, which is very weird, but we are pretty grateful that we get to spend the rest of this competition in person, which is really nice to just get semi back to normal. So Senior Prize Trials has a rich history. I remember this was one of the first competitions that I volunteered for. I ended up actually serving as a juror for the final round, just like today, which is pretty funny that it's coming full circle. So traditionally, it is a 2-semester competition where teams will argue a civil and a criminal problem. This year will be the last of those 2 semesters, as we will now be moving to a 1-semester fall competition. However, the tradition will definitely remain, as I'm sure our 3L class will be even more engaged going forward. I want to say thank you because this competition always takes a lot of work. We need 6 jurors for every single round. We have 2 members for each team. We have so many different honorables that come back every year to help us during each round. We really could not do this without them, and we really do appreciate them. Similarly, I want to thank our board, the Moot Court Board. This is our last competition together, which feels like a combination of going really fast and why'd it take so long? But I loved every second of it, and I really became so close with everybody. And while this is the last competition, I know that we'll stay involved together going forward. I also want to thank Professor Jim, Catherine Seeley, and Elise Coombs, they are the people that ran this competition. Professor Jim and Catherine worked together on putting together not 1, but 2 separate competition problems. One was a civil, one was a criminal. The amount of effort and work that must take is inspiring. I fortunately do not have to do that as executive director. I just oversee everything else. So I thank them for putting so much effort into this. And it really is a fun problem, so you guys should enjoy this. Congratulations to all of them. Congratulations to our competitors. Congratulations to all of the competitors that have participated, because truly in every single round, the students were very competitive. It was close rounds that made it fun to watch. I came back to watch both semifinal rounds just because I wanted to. And I'm going to keep this relatively short for me, which is good. So I'm going to just say best of luck to tonight's finalists. We are in for a treat between our competitors and our judge tonight. And now I'm going to pass it over to Professor Jim.
Thank you, Joe. I'd like to congratulate Joe, the entire outgoing executive board or the Moot Court Board for a successful year, a year unlike any other, and hopefully we will never see a similar year ever again. But great job, not just for this competition, but all of the competitions throughout the whole year. I know they've been working hard since last May in extremely difficult circumstances. I congratulate the incoming members of the Moot Court Board as well. I look forward to working with you all next year. Judge Stewart, I know he's still in the back room, but I'd like to thank him. Judge Stewart is not just a big supporter of this competition, but really all the Albany Law School, and especially the Albany Law School Moot Court programs. I know we can always count on him, so I thank Judge Stewart. Catherine and Elise, I think they have the harder job than I do. All I do is say thank you to people, but they got to work on the problem. They got to get the judges, they got to get the jurors. Thank the administration. I see Dean Queen back there, so thank you as the advisor for the Moot Court program. Dean Willett can't be with us here tonight, but the administration supports the entire Moot Court program. There's a lot of people that are behind the scenes, some names you may know and some names you don't know. Tonight, their names need to be known, because without them, none of this would happen. Teresa Colbert, who I think many of you know, is the faculty support for this program. This certainly wouldn't happen without her. John Collins, Administrative Services. Julie Pierce, I'm in Business Office, helping all of us out. I see Ben Myers is over here taking pictures, but certainly Ben and the entire Communications Office. And this year, unlike any other year, Bill Purcell and the entire ITS team working on all of these IT issues. This could not have happened without them. All of the people who volunteered throughout the semester, the jurors, the bailiffs, all of the judges. For the final round for this, I'd especially like to, or excuse me, for the final round witnesses and jurors, I'd especially like to thank the 1Ls. As a professor who teaches 1L classes, I know how busy they are this week with their assignments due. So I thank them for taking the time tonight. Before I congratulate this year's competitors, to the extent that any may be watching, but I'd like to congratulate last year's competitors as well. We were unable to hold the final round, so we were unable to celebrate, but I congratulate all of them and I wish them all success, and I hope to see them all at graduation in a month. This year's competitors, all of them, not just those sitting with us tonight. I have not seen around for this year because I like to wait for the final round. I like to wait for the best. But tonight, I congratulate all of the competitors who competed. I wish Amanda, Peter, Chelsea, and Amanda good luck.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Catherine Seeley, and I am the chair for the Karen C. McGovern Senior Prize Trials Competition. Thank you for joining us tonight, whether in person or on Zoom. Tonight's event completes a year-long competition, which our teams have litigated 2 fictional cases. During the fall semester, the teams tried a civil case that dealt with a drunk driving accident and social host liability. And this semester, the teams litigated the same case that's presented here tonight, a criminal case involving promoting a suicide attempt and endangerment of a child. If I could describe this year's teams in one phrase, it would be quality over quantity. While we only had 7 teams compete, whether that be from Zoom fatigue or just senioritis, this year's competition was incredibly steep, with some rounds being decided by as little as 1 point, which for senior prize is the smallest margin you can get. Tonight, Amanda Dema and Peter Kriatsulis will represent the prosecution, and Chelsea Jory and Adriana Matthew will represent the defendant. These 2 teams are incredible advocates, and their presence here in the final round is a testament to their skills and dedication to this competition. This competition is dedicated to the memory of Karen C. McGovern. Karen was a law student at Albany Law School and would have graduated in 2001, but passed away during her 2nd year. During the 2001 commencement, her mother, Barbara, accepted the Isabel Redmond Award on Karen's behalf, which recognized Karen's courage, perseverance, and grace in confronting extraordinary challenges. More about Karen can be found in this evening's program, which we are working on putting in the chat. We have to figure out how to attach a PDF to the chat. The trial tonight results from the indictment of Alexis Rose. Miss Rose stands trial after her brother David committed suicide. Miss Rose has been charged with promoting a suicide attempt and endangering the welfare of a child. I would like to take this time to give our audience a bit of a trigger warning. There is some pretty intense material in this case regarding suicide and emotional abuse. So whether you're watching in the room or over Zoom, if you need a break from the content, absolutely feel free to take one. It's a webinar, so no one will know if you have to step away. Tonight's presiding judge is the Honorable Daniel J. Stewart. Judge Stewart is a United States Magistrate Judge for the Northern District of New York, to which he was appointed in 2015. A native of Warren County, Judge Stewart received his Bachelor of Arts degree from the University of Notre Dame and his JD from Albany Law School in 1988. He was a trial attorney and partner at the law firm of Dreyer Boyajian for 15 years, and then with Brennan and White in Queensbury for 10 years until the time of his appointment. Judge Stewart has taught civil rights litigation at Albany Law School since 1995 and has lectured extensively on the law of Section 1983. Judge Stewart has served as a judge for 3 of our moot court program's final rounds this year, and I think I speak for all of the board in saying that we are so thankful for his commitment to this program and for having him here tonight. So lastly, before the trial begins, I would like to wish both teams good luck. You guys have both worked incredibly hard this year, and I know our audience is in for a really great round tonight. So now, without further ado, I will turn things over to our bailiff, Allison Magnarelli.
All right. Court is now in session. The Honorable Daniel J. Stewart is presiding.
All right, you can be seated, everybody. So in the case of People versus the State of New Scotland versus Alexis Rose, are the people prepared to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, why don't we call on the jury? All right, the record will reflect that the jury is seated. Everyone is present, accounted for. Are there any motions that we wish to address before opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor. A few housekeeping matters before the court. First, we'd like to introduce ourselves. My name is Amanda Dumma, and my co-counselor is Mr. Priastulis, and we represent the people of the state of Scotland. We have a few motions before the court that we wish to be heard.
All right, you'll be heard.
Firstly, Your Honor, we would like to introduce into evidence what has been pre-marked as exhibit number 5. Per stipulation 10 with defense, the people and defense have agreed that Dr. Patrick Brewer has been a doctor for the last 20 years, has conducted over 150 autopsies, and that the autopsy record in this case is an original version, is fair, accurate, and unaltered, and is stipulated to be admissible at trial. Given the fact that Dr. Brewer is not here to testify today, we're moving to have it introduced into evidence prior to the beginning of this trial.
All right, I understand this is pursuant to a stipulation, is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. The defense has no objection.
All right, so that's admitted on stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Another matter, Your Honor, is we'd like to provide Rule 404 notice in relation to character evidence of Miss Rose. We would like to present character evidence through our witness Stevie Budd in terms of her reputation for self-centeredness, selfishness, and egotistic tendencies.
All right, and what's the defense?
We reserve the right to object on any basis, hearsay, speculation, or personal lack of knowledge, so we will not be allowing that.
All right, so I'll reserve on that when the question comes up with the witness. We'll deal with it on a question by question basis.
Yes, Your Honor. Lastly, our last motion in limine is to set aside all objections for opening arguments to the end of the argument.
I repeat that again.
To have all objections set aside after opening statements have been given.
Okay. Any objection?
No objections on that, Your Honor.
All right, that's great.
Lastly, Your Honor, we'd like to ask towards your preferences for movement about the well.
I'm sorry.
Ask your preferences for movement about the well.
Any problem?
I'm sorry, we weren't able to hear that properly.
It's preferences for moving around the.
Okay.
Yes, you can move around. I understand for purposes of the argument, we have the juries here, so they're most important. So face them as much as possible. If you need to address me, you can just turn and address me. All right.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
On behalf of the defendant, Alexis Rose, any pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense has one. At this time, the defense moves to exclude any line of testimony with respect to the interview conducted with Mutt Rowland at the Elmsdale Police Department, on the basis that it would violate our client's confrontational right to confront that witness. As it has been stipulated by the parties, Mr. Rowland is an unavailable witness here tonight. And given that the statements he made were in the police department, were directly related to this investigation, and that he gave statements about his observations of that scene, we would object, or we would move to exclude any testimony, given that there is testimonial in nature.
All right. And what's the prosecution's position with regard to that?
The prosecution would object to the basis that Mr. Rowland, as the defense has indicated, is unavailable at the moment. He is an unavailable witness. He has, furthermore, he's outside the subpoena jurisdiction of this court as he is abroad in Ireland. Furthermore, the piece of evidence and interview in which the defense is trying to preclude one of our witnesses was the interviewer of and does have actual knowledge of the interview in question and thus would be able to testify to its veracity. And any hearsay exception should be made at that point.
Well, with regard to the statement, I understand that what they're asking to exclude is the statement itself. So was there any opportunity of counsel for the defendant to cross-examine that witness?
At this time, I believe no, Your Honor.
So I'll grant your motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so does that resolve the pretrial issues?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let's proceed then to opening statements. I'll hear from the prosecution first. You may proceed.
Thank you. May I please the court? My name is Amanda Della, and with my co-counselor, Peter Kriosoulis, we represent the people of the state of New Scotland. The people of New Scotland has charged Alexis Rose with 2 counts: the promotion of a suicide and the endangerment of a minor's welfare. Today is Alexis Rose's trial, and she stands before you, the jury, the trier of fact. And so today, we, the people's representatives, will present you evidence towards the first count, promotion of suicide, in which we will prove that Alexis Rose aided and encouraged her younger brother, David Rose, to commit suicide. And the second count, the endangerment of the welfare of a minor, we will prove that evidence will show that Alexis Rose provided David Rose, a minor, with oxycodone, in which he used to overdose and commit suicide. Now, members of the jury, ask yourself this: how many of you enjoy receiving a compliment? We enjoy receiving compliments because it strokes our natural ego. Our ego is a primal feature. It is what we use to have a healthy self-esteem. And like many of you understand, going about the world, some of us have bigger egos than others. And in a day of social media, in an age of social media, it's so easy to have that ego satisfied with a like, follow, a tweet here and there. Our world has become based on satisfying that egoistic need. Now, ask yourself this: how many of you have someone you love that you do anything to support them? A mother, a father, son, daughter, sister, maybe a brother? Well, ask yourself this: what if you could have both? What if you could satisfy that egoistic need as well as help someone you love? Wouldn't that be so beneficial to you? Now, today, Alexis Rose stands trial before you. And our case in chief is comprised of 2 witnesses. Our first witness is Chief Ronnie Lee. He is the division chief, he's the criminal investigation division chief at Elmsdale Police. He's been a detective for over 30 years and is an expert in forensic analysis as well as opioid-related incidents. And he will walk you through how he came to develop his expert opinion. He'll tell you how to align the objective facts to what happened on April 13th and the morning of April 14th. And how, in his expert opinion, as he will tell you, Alexis Rose encouraged her brother to commit suicide. He'll tell you why he created this opinion, based upon a series of Google searches and text messages, as well as basing upon bank statements that Alexis used to monetarily gain from David's death. He'll also tell you his conclusion that Alexis provided her prescription of oxycodone to David, endangering his welfare, so he may commit suicide. He'll go over how he came to this conclusion via fingerprint analysis. And as an expert, he'll walk you through every single piece of the timeline as to why objectively, based upon the objective facts, in his expert opinion, Alexis Rose is guilty of these 2 counts. Our second witness will tell a more personal story. Our second witness is Stevie Budd. She is David Rose's best friend of 11 years. And being so close to David, she has intimate knowledge of David's struggles with mental health, as well as the struggles of his family. She also has personal knowledge and a personal story about Alexis Rose, because she's interacted with her for so long. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a burden. We, the people, have the burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. And the evidence will show you at the conclusion of this trial, my partner, Mr. Crisoles, will ask you to find Alexis Rose guilty. He will line up the objective facts. He'll line up the personal story. And you will see that Alexis Rose is guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do, Your Honor, but before that, I'd like to object if we're reserving them until after openings, or if I can make it right now.
Why don't we wait till after the opening?
Okay, Your Honor. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The defense team and I would like to thank you for taking your time out of your busy lives to be here tonight. The criminal trial jury plays a pivotal role in upholding the integrity of the justice system. The criminal trial, a role which you have all assumed here in this case. Shortly, you'll be hearing a lot of evidence from the defense and from the prosecution in the form of witness testimony. We ask that you listen carefully to each piece of evidence and each witness. You are the ones weighing the credibility of each witness and giving their testimony the proper weight when you begin your deliberations. Now, despite any claims made by the prosecution in their opening against our client, Alexis, I stress to you that a presumption of innocence remains with our client at all times throughout this trial. That presumption ceases only if the prosecution overcomes it with evidence of her guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, this is not the first nor the last time that you will hear the phrase beyond a reasonable doubt, and the judge will instruct you on it at the close of trial. To summarize, it is the burden placed on the prosecution to prove the defendant's guilt of all the crimes charged against her, and such burden remains with the prosecution until the end. That burden never shifts from their table to our table to rebut or prove the prosecution otherwise. The narrative proposed by the prosecution is not the one that you are required to accept as a correct explanation of any of the events leading up to or following David Rose's suicide. It is merely their interpretation of all of the evidence here. We decide the truthfulness and assess the credibility of information presented to us in our daily lives. And there's nothing different about your task here tonight. We ask that you listen carefully to everything presented to you here tonight, give it the weight that you feel is appropriate, and then reach your own conclusions. You have taken on an incredibly important role this evening, and we ask that you continue to take it seriously until the point when the verdict is read aloud by your foreperson. And as the court will instruct you further at the close of trial, the prosecution must prove each and every element of both crimes charged here beyond a reasonable doubt for you to find Alexis Rose guilty. Now, I want you to picture each count as a puzzle, with each witness's testimony as individual puzzle pieces. Each individual piece must align perfectly with the others in order to present us a clear image of what happened here in this case. Now, if one or more pieces of that puzzle do not align perfectly with the others, you're left with a major gap in the overall image, and we cannot reach the most accurate conclusion. After the presentation of evidence, we want you to ask yourselves this question. Does the witness testimony, these puzzle pieces, do they fit together perfectly to show that Alexis Rose is guilty of the crimes charged? We submit to you that they will not. The background of this case is a rather troubling one. We're here because a teenager took his own life by an overdose of oxycodone. David Rose clearly struggled with his own mental health, so much so that even those who were close to him were shocked by a suicide attempt in 2019. I'm here today to present David to you as a weak or helpless, but rather that these were struggles going on in his own mind. Depression is considered a part of our mental health for that very reason. It does not always manifest itself into physical signs that those around us can pick up on. Even with people in his life who supported him, including his sister and his best friend of over a decade, David was not seeing improvement in his quality of life and continued to feel a sense of worthlessness. Although he did have dreams and goals for his future, in the present day, he was not even looking forward to waking up in the morning and, quote, doing life. Despite these facts, the prosecution has sought to hold somebody accountable for the suicide of David Rose, his older sister, Alexis, the defendant here tonight. Alexis Rose sits here as a 22-year-old woman who is still grieving the loss of her younger brother, her only sibling, and for whom she stepped in for when it seemed like most of the world had stepped away from him. Alexis continues to carry with her the guilt of feeling as though she did not do enough to help her brother overcome these struggles. Alexis Rose will take the stand this evening and testify to her sibling relationship with David and how it changed after his 2019 suicide attempt. You will hear that their parents were not supportive of David and his recovery following that suicide attempt, but rather expressed their disappointment in his actions for doing so. Whatever their sibling relationship dynamic was before that day did not matter now. Alexis realized that her brother was struggling and that he was going through it all alone. She did not want to lose her brother, and she never wanted to see him in this position ever again. Alexis assumed the role of a positive influence in David's life as he worked through his recovery, since it was clear to her that their parents were only detrimental to any progress he was making. To assure that David was on the right path in his recovery, Alexis raised money to pay for therapy. Alexis also provided a safe haven. Her apartment was available whenever he needed it, and he often reached out to her for advice. This advice ranged from extracurricular activities in school, his daily life, and just his overall well-being and recovery. Anything that she did for David was never to cause him harm, but rather the opposite. It was to get him to relax and feel better about the day. The prosecution has taken this support from Alexis and alleged that it amounts to criminal activity. We don't believe that it's criminal to be a sister involved in her brother's life and wanting what's best for him. I also hear from Ted Mullins, a clinical psychologist that David began seeing for therapy approximately 2 weeks after his suicide attempt in 2019. Mr. Mullins observed David's behavior in the months leading up to his death through these therapy sessions. He was able to assess what caused David to have feelings of worthlessness. He observed David's demeanor at the sessions, and he analyzed patterns of David's behavior over the course of 11 months. David had persistent feelings of worthlessness, and he had a negative self-image of himself, all of which he documented in a journal. Based on his perception of David, Mr. Mullins believed that David had made up his own mind, that he was going to take his life and did not need any encouragement to do so. He found that David was not an impulsive person. David even mentioned that himself. He wanted to take his life in 2019, did not tell anyone, specifically because he did not want to be stopped from doing so. Even with the professional help, as well as from those close to him, David was not getting any better. Now, there's no concrete evidence to support the narrative that our client had the intent to commit either of these crimes, let alone any crime. It is entirely speculative at best. Intent cannot be sufficiently proved by any evidence here this evening. While the police did their job, they collected evidence during the course of the investigation. But what's missing is the connection between our client and the evidence, the evidence collected and our client being charged with these crimes. What is missing is evidence of Alexis intentionally providing her brother with the oxycodone pills or encouraging him to ingest a fatal dose. The puzzle pieces here do not align with each other. there are many gaps in the story. The prosecution will put their witnesses on the stand to give you their story, but not the story. Again, I emphasize that there is no concrete evidence here. None of us in the room, none of us in this room were in that living room that night with David. We weren't there with him physically and weren't there with him mentally. You must assess the evidence presented to you today and try not to fill in any gaps to complete that narrative. If the evidence is not there, it cannot be created to prove guilt. We must not forget that at the root of this case, a 17-year-old boy tragically took his life. David, who clearly struggled with his mental health long before anyone in his life was aware of it, he did not need anyone to assist in his attempts to take his own life. He had his mind made up. Unfortunately, we may never know why he decided to take his own life, or when he decided, or why he decided. He clearly was fighting his own internal demons for over 3 years, and all of it was unknown to those close to him. And despite help from the people who cared deeply for David, the demons won that battle with David. The prosecution is set on holding someone accountable for David's suicide, but there's not always someone to bear that responsibility under circumstances such as these ones. Alexis did what she could to support her brother in his long recovery process. Could she have handled some things differently? Sure. But we aren't here about the what ifs. We're here because Alexis is being charged in a suicide that she had no involvement in. And by no means do you fail as a jury if you find that the prosecution's attempt to hold her accountable is not supported by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. So again, I want you to remember the puzzle pieces. Do they line up? The defense team is confident that at the end of the trial, we will find that 1, the prosecution cannot meet its burden, and 2, that Miss Alexis Rose is not guilty of the crime charged against her. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor. Before we go on to the first witness, you wanted to address an issue with regard to the opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. In the prosecution's opening statement, they referred to the Division Chief Ronnie Lee as an expert, and then he'd be giving an expert opinion. Seeing as though we have not entered into their case in chief yet, and he's not been established as an expert witness, we would object to that phrasing that he will be providing an expert opinion unless they can lay that foundation during their testimony.
All right, your response.
Yes, Your Honor. It was only to, I'm going to turn off my mic. It's a little, okay. Yes, Your Honor. In terms of labeling the Chief Division as an expert, it was only to notify the jury of our intent. And therefore, it's not as if we will provide sufficient evidence to show that to the jury that Chief Ronnie Lee will be admitted as an expert.
All right, so I accept the argument, I accept the explanation. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, opening statements are merely a prediction by counsel as to what they believe that will be established at trial. They're not proof in and of itself. They are, as referenced, in essence, the cover of a puzzle to give you an idea what they think is going to be shown in this trial. I would just have you keep in mind that it's not evidence. The only evidence you're going to hear is the exhibits that have been stipulated in the evidence, or I admit, and the testimony of witnesses on the stand. So with that, I could overrule your objection.
Your Honor, I myself would like to make some objections to the opening argument. Specifically, Counselor Jory did not qualify any of the evidence that she said was to come in through any of her witnesses. And additionally, she explained legal terms within her opening arguments. From my understanding, it's meant only for closing arguments, as well as she described the jury as failing if they had convicted Miss Rose and pressuring them into an opinion and so forth. I move to have her opening statement struck.
All right, well, once again, I emphasize that the opening statements are not proof. I believe the statement was they wouldn't fail if they went on a particular version. Ultimately, it's up to the jury to make a determination. As far as the law goes, the only thing that's relevant with the law is what I instruct the jurors. And so the jurors are admonished that insofar as any counsel would make a representation what the law is, that's not their function. My function is to tell you what the law is, and your function is to decide the facts. That being said, would you like to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to have Detective Chief Ronnie Lee take the stand.
All right, Detective Lee, you can approach, be sworn.
swear to tell the truth about what you're about to say?
Yes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, sir. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Division Chief Ronnie Lee.
How old are you?
I'm 46 years old.
What's your occupation?
I'm currently the Division Chief of the Mdale Police Department.
What, if any, education have you received?
So I received my Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice in 1996 from the University of New Scotland, and I also did my master's there in '99 for forensic analysis.
How long have you been working for the EPD?
So I took my first job as a police officer with the New Scotland Police Department right out of college in '99. I worked there until I got offered a position with the Mdale Police Department as a detective after working more than 300 cases involving crime scene analysis. I quickly moved up the ranks and got offered a promotion to detective in the Mdale Police Department, which I accepted. And then after working through extensive cases, like I said, I got promoted to Division Chief, where my position is now.
What is your role as Division Chief of the Investigation Division at EPD?
So as Division Chief, it's my responsibility to basically oversee everything in the department. I have to make sure every evidence that we collect is done specifically and accurately for the case files that I have to submit.
As Division Chief, are you regularly involved in investigations?
Yes, it is my duty as Division Chief to oversee all the investigations in my department.
Okay, what, if any, training have you received relating to investigations?
So when I was working as a crime scene analyst, I received a variety of different trainings involving firearm analysis, drug testing analysis, traffic pattern, drug analysis, and things of that nature. As a detective, I started to further my knowledge of drug lingo and make sure I got to learn better the composition of drugs and how they worked in the system. And finally, as Division Chief, I now continue my education and make sure I stay up to date with all the new discoveries. And I'm also in charge of making sure everyone in the department is also being instructed fairly. So I have to conduct regular informal and formal meetings to make sure everyone is up to date.
Do any of these trainings have a specific emphasis on drug investigations?
Yes.
What is your training as it relates to drug investigations?
So the training in regards to drug investigations, like I said, I've worked over 30 cases. It's specific to opioid related deaths. I continue to extend my knowledge in the field, doing regularly or yearly meetings, to keep up with the standard practice and all the new discoveries involved. And like I said, it's my duty to also make sure everyone in the department is properly informed through informal and formal trainings.
Who typically takes the lead in regards to opioid related investigations in your department?
I personally do, just because I have such a past experience involved in drug cases and with my extensive knowledge.
Okay, given your extensive knowledge and related to opioid related investigations, would you consider yourself an expert?
Your Honor, I object to that. I don't think the witness can call himself an expert or not on the topic. While he might be experienced, I think calling himself an expert is a subjective phrase.
I understand, but I'll allow it.
Yes, I'm one of the most knowledgeable in the state of New Scotland in regard to opioid related crimes.
How many opioid related investigations have you conducted?
Over 30 since being promoted to Division Chief.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to introduce Deputy Chief Lee as an expert in forensics analysis, as well as specifically in opioid related investigations and general related investigations.
Objection.
Your Honor, I would object to the witness being entered as an expert in the entire field of opioid related deaths. I think while he does have experience in conducting the investigations, I don't think that encompasses the entire opioid related information and every other part of an opioid related death besides the investigation. So I think unless he can show proof that he has specific knowledge in every part of an opioid related death, then I would object. We would object on that ground.
All right, I understand. I'll recognize his qualifications with regard to opioid investigations. I do agree with defense counsel that he may not be an expert on all things opioid.
Understood, Your Honor. Mr. Lee, directing your attention to the night of March 13th and the early morning of March 14th. Do you remember this morning?
Yes, so this was the early morning of March 14th when Detective under my supervision, Detective Twyla Sands, We responded to a wellness check at 27 Rosewood Way, apartment 7. That's in the state of, or in the city of Umdale in the state of New Scotland. When she arrived on scene, she noticed David Rose, who was unconscious. At that point, as per standard procedure, she called EMS. EMS attempted CPR, but they were unable to revive David Rose.
What steps were taken after, was David Rose, did EMS make a determination that David Rose was deceased?
Yes, he was deceased on the scene.
What steps were taken after it was concluded that Mr. Rose was deceased?
So as per our regulations, anytime a minor is involved or anything opioid related, the responding detective notifies me and we open an investigation.
Can you explain to the court what exactly the standard procedure is for in regards to investigative reports?
Sure. So the first detectives on the scene, they'll collect all the electronic and physical evidence on the scene. They'll conduct the witness interviews and anything like that. Right after they collect all of that, they'll come report to me. They'll debrief me on everything they found. I'll ask them any questions if I have any. We'll review all the evidence one more time just to make sure everything was done accurately and legally before I personally submit it to the case file.
As Division Chief of the Criminal Investigation Division of EPD, do you oversee the investigation? Did you oversee the investigation into the death of David Rose?
Yes, it was my responsibility and duty to personally oversee the investigation of David Rose's death.
Did you review the evidence collected by the investigators?
I did.
What evidence did you review per your investigation?
So we found the variety of physical and electronic evidence that Detective Twyla Sands recovered from the scene. We also found fingerprints on the scene. We found the oxycodone on the scene. And then we also looked at the interviews that were made with the present parties at the time.
Did you form a conclusion as to the cause of David Rose's death?
I did.
Before we get to that conclusion, you just mentioned materials that you found at the crime scene. Can you elaborate what you mean, what materials you've used to form the basis of your testimony today?
Your Honor, if I could just object here, according to the witness, he did not actually collect any evidence. He collected it from his officers who reported to him. So any testimony about what he recovered on the scene would be improper because he wasn't actually there on the scene collecting that evidence.
And I think that that's clear. I think his purpose is to talk about what the investigation, what information the investigation derived, which then he obtained in this position.
I might have misheard the question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need me to re-ask the question?
No, I'm okay. So basically, we looked at the text message exchange between David Rose and Alexis Rose on the day and the days prior to David's death. We also found the Google searches of Alexis Rose's phone and also the bank statements of her personal bank account.
At the conclusion of your investigation, did you summarize your findings?
I did.
How did you summarize your findings?
So basically, when we looked at all the different pieces together, we put them together. The text message conversation that involved Alexis Rose and David Rose, the Google searches that showed us a lot of key intent involved, and also the financial or the bank statement records. We saw that there was a premeditative financial motive of Alexis Rose to be complicit in the death of David Rose.
Did you compile your findings in a report?
I did.
Would you recognize this report?
I would.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 1 for identification purposes to the witness.
Okay.
Thank you. Chief, can you review what has been marked as Exhibit 1 and then let me know when you're finished?
Yep.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
So this is the criminal investigation report that I authored that basically showed my findings and all the evidence and how I got there.
How are reports like this usually made?
So like I said, as division chief, it's my responsibility to oversee and analyze everything that my detectives find. Once they debrief me and walk me through it, and we make sure everything's done accurately, I then compile the evidence, look at it, try to find a motive, and that's what the report is in my summation.
Is it regular practice for you to individually author a criminal investigative report such as this?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the criminal investigative report that you created regarding David Rose's death?
It is.
Has this document been materially altered, changed, or edited since you last saw it?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 1 into evidence.
If I heard the question before the evidence was being entered. It was for the conclusionary purpose of the report, if I'm correct. And we would object on the sense that the conclusion reached by Chief Division or Division Chief Lee is that the conclusion he makes speaks to our client's mental state, and under the federal rules, a conclusion by a lay witness cannot be made or cannot speak to a witness's mental state that is required by the element. So I would object on the sense that his conclusion speaks to motive.
Your Honor, may I be heard?
You may.
As we've already established, Chief Lee is actually in fact an expert witness and as such would be able to testify and make assumptions based on hearsay, including his conclusion as an investigative detective.
To testify as to.
His conclusions based on the review of his review and conclusions based on the evidence that he has reviewed.
He's going to testify as to the defendant's intent.
Simply just that simply the motives that the investigators surmise based on the evidence that they reviewed, not necessarily the intent.
Well, no, I believe as I see the investigative report, exhibit number 1, there's aspects of it that specifically talk about what the defendant's intent was. That's for the jury to determine. That's not appropriate item with this particular witness to testify. So your motion to introduce exhibit number 1 is denied.
What did you conclude as the death of Mr. Rose?
So David Rose died of an overdose of oxycodone in his bloodstream.
I'd like to turn your attention to what has already been introduced into evidence as exhibit 5. Can you tell me what the toxicology report was for David Rose?
Sure. David Rose had a blood ethanol level of 0.04 and a drug screen of 600 nanograms per milliliter of oxycodone in his system at the time of death.
What does the 0.04 blood ethanol level mean?
It means David Rose was consuming alcohol the night he passed away.
What was David Rose's age as reported on the autopsy report?
David Rose was 17 years old.
Officer, can you remind me what the age of drinking is in New Scotland?
It's 21 years old.
And what is oxycodone?
Oxycodone is a prescription level pain killer medication. It's often prescribed for severe and chronic pain. When someone takes it who's not prescribed it, it can also be.
Okay, so as an expert in opioid-related incidents and investigations, what do you mean by overdose when saying he took too much oxycodone?
So an overdose, like I said, is when someone takes too much of a prescribed medication that they are not prescribed themselves.
In your opinion as an expert, how long does it typically take for the effects of oxycodone to show visual effects?
So visual effects usually start to show up around 60 minutes after ingestion. Non-visual effects will show up around 30 minutes. So only things that the person who took it will be able to tell. It's kind of like an exponential graph where the closer you get to 60 minutes, the more severe the visual effects are going to be.
Can visual effects show up before the hour?
Yes.
Can you refer to what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 6 for identification? Please take a look at it and let me know when you have had a chance to review the document.
Yep, I got it.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
So this is the report made by the first responding detective, Detective Twyla Sands.
How are reports like this made?
So after she collects all the evidence, conducts her interviews on the scene, and after she comes to me and debriefs me, I ask her any questions, make sure everything done is accurately and properly. She will then write this case report.
Is it regular practice for your detectives to make reports of this kind?
Yes, it is standard procedure for all responding detectives, including EMS officers and any other official officers on the scene to write a report like this after a crime.
Did you personally review this report?
I did.
Is this report a fair and accurate representation of the initial investigative report that Detective Twyla Sands created in responding to the incident at 28 Rosebud Way, Apartment 7?
It is.
Has it been materially changed, altered, or edited since you last reviewed it?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 6 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense objects on the ground of hearsay. While the chief does review these reports and consult with them, all of the information contained was personal observations of this Detective Twyla Sands here. So while he's not testifying as to personal knowledge of any of this information other than what was told to him. So the defense objects on hearsay.
All right.
Your Honor, may I be? Thank you. FRE 8036 DNC says it's Detective Wheat has previously indicated that these are reports made under circumstances in the present course and regular course of a police officer. Moreover, following a officer hearsay rule exception, he's operating under the fact that he's taking what Detective Sands reported at face value in the course of his investigation, which is also typically a hearsay exception.
Yes, Your Honor, under the same section, if you refer to subsection E, it's that we have shown that the opponent has not shown that this source of information or the method or circumstance of preparation indicate a lack of trustworthiness. As we have said, it's this detective relaying information to them. So while we cannot cross-examine that detective on her own observation, we're relying on the chief's mere recitation of her statements alone. So while it is a document that they regularly keep, I think the contents are hearsay.
All right, well, I think it's a business record. Obviously, the primary contents are the statements of the defendant, so I'll allow it to come in.
Thank you, Your Honor. What was it that Detective Sands found?
So through her investigation and through her interviews, she discovered that Alexis Rose got out of bed at 2:40 a.m. to check on her brother. And she placed the 911 call 8 minutes after that at 2:48 a.m. Once the forensic unit arrived on the scene, they found a small bag of marijuana. And they found the bottle of oxycodone that was prescribed to Alexis with only 15 out of the 20 capsules remaining in it.
Where was the bottle found?
The bottle was found in the trash can.
You mentioned earlier that there was, earlier in your testimony, that there was fingerprint analysis done. What was fingerprint analysis done on?
So we found 3 fingerprints on the pill bottle that was recovered from the trash can that belonged to Alexis Rose.
What exactly is fingerprint analysis?
So fingerprint analysis is basically matching common characteristics found by the print that is taken from evidence and matched it through an algorithm to the one in our system. If the algorithm detects any common features or characteristics, it pings a match. It's based out of a 30-point match system. While the FBI doesn't require any certain number of matches to declare a match, or excuse me, number of common matches between the evidence found in the system to declare a match of a fingerprint, we here at the Elmsdale Police Department require a 16-point match in order to declare that a fingerprint is a match.
What exactly are matching characteristics?
So like I said, matching characteristics is basically points of different parts of the finger that will be detected from the print lifted into the one in the system. When the algorithm detects this, it'll ping a match.
Was there any match found in the fingerprint analysis on the oxycodone bottle?
Yes, we found 2 full prints and 1 partial.
What were the 2 full prints and 1 partial matched to?
So we found a 20-point print of a left index finger, an 18-point match of a right index finger, and then a 12-point match of a left thumb. But we couldn't declare that a match because it didn't meet our standard.
Your Honor, I would like the record to reflect that Deputy Chief Lee is indicating with his own hands which fingers were matched with the fingerprint analysis.
All right, the record will so reflect.
Whose fingerprints did these bottle match with?
Alexis Rose.
Was there anything else on the bottle as determined by your analysis?
No, we did not pick up any other fingerprints on the bottle.
Was David Rose, who you testified had died 40 milligrams of oxycodone, fingerprints found on that bottle?
No, we did not find any common characteristics matching with David Rose.
Okay, so Detective Sands goes around collecting evidence at the scene. What else does she do?
After she collects all the physical and electronic evidence of the scene, she will conduct her witness interviews with the present parties.
Whom was interviewed?
Through her investigation, Detective Quiet Sands interviewed Matt Rowland and Alexis Rose.
Can you please refer to what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 7 for identification purposes?
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
This is the interview of Alexis Rose made by Detective Quiet Sands.
How are reports like this made?
So, like I said, after she's done collecting the physical and the electronic evidence on the crime scene, she'll interview the present parties.
Is it regular practice for your detectives to make a report of this kind?
Yes, after they collect any evidence or do any interviews, they have to file a report like this.
Did you personally review this report?
I did. We went over all of, as soon as she got done with the interview, she came to me directly, debriefed me about what happened. I made sure everything was done accurately and legally, and then she filled the report out.
Upon your review and to the best of your knowledge, did at any point Detective Sands threaten or make any promises to Ms. Rose?
No,
Upon your review and to the best of your knowledge, did at any point during the interview, did Detective Sands draw or brandish her weapon before Ms. Rose?
no,
Is this a fair and accurate representation of the interview report constructed by Detective Twyla Sands upon her initial interview of Alexis Rose?
it is.
Has it been materially altered, changed, or edited since you last reviewed it?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to move in what has been marked as Exhibit 7 for identification into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense reiterates our objection on the previous one for matters of hearsay, and also that Alexis Rose, who was the interviewee at this time, while she made these statements and the chief is going to testify, even though he was not present, while he might have reviewed the report, she has yet to be cross-examined on this. So we believe it's improper for the chief to testify to her statements for those reasons.
All right, any other objection?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
I will, I'll admit the report subject to connection on the testimony, the cross-examination to come. I'm excluding the last two sentences.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief Lee, can you please briefly describe the events of this interview?
Sure. So through the interview, Detective Sands learned that Ms. Rose confessed that they both had been consuming alcohol and marijuana that night. They both consumed at least 2 glasses of wine. And Alexis Rose went to bed at 1 a.m. And when Alexis Rose was asked if she knew what David had took that night, she said no, and that she did not give David anything.
Was there a electronic exchange between David Rose and Alexis Rose?
Yes, through her interview, Ms. Sands also found that David Rose and Alexis Rose has been communicating days prior through text message.
At this point, can you please refer to what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 24 for identification purposes? As always, please take a look and let me know when you're done reviewing it.
Yep, I got it.
You recognize this document?
I do.
What do you recognize it?
So this is a 911 call transcript that was made on March 14th, 2020 at 2:40 a.m. by Alexis Rose.
How are transcripts like this created?
So when 911 is called, all of the calls are recorded. And when an investigation like this one is open, the forensic team who's trained to handle this exact thing will go in and make the report themselves. And that's what we're seeing here today.
Is it regular practice for transcripts like this to be made?
Yes,
Did you personally review this transcript?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the transcript to the best of your knowledge?
Yes,
Has it been materially altered, changed, or edited since you last reviewed it?
no,
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move into evidence what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 24 for identification into evidence.
Any objection?
No objections on this, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to publish what has been introduced into evidence as Exhibit 24 to the jury.
Counsel, I think you can show that to the jury. It'll be submitted at closing. I don't want to waste the time of the jury as they look through it each individually, so I won't allow you to publish it at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. What were your findings upon reviewing this transcript, Chief Lee?
So Alexis Rose called 911. When she did, she said that her brother was unconscious and it looks like he threw up. She also admitted to the the operator, that he has tried to kill himself in the past. When the operator asked Alexis if she knew what he took, she said no. And when the operator told Alexis that another call had come in for the same thing, Alexis then said, fuck, fuck, fuck. This was not supposed to happen, and hung up the phone.
After reviewing this transcript, can you please explain where your investigation led to next?
Sure. So anytime when there's electronic evidence like text messages involved, we always make sure to pull the Google searches as well, just to see if that gives us any indication as to motive.
Can you please refer to what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 28 for identification? Please take a look and let me know when you've had a chance to review this document.
Yep.
You recognize these documents?
Yes.
What do you recognize them today?
So this is screenshots made by my forensic team of the text message exchange associated with David Rose's and Alexis Rose's phone number.
How are screenshots like this created?
So like I said, when we open up an investigation, our forensic team who's trained to handle this will go through the phone carriers. They'll then get access to the phone numbers associated with the people of interest, and they'll create these screenshots, excuse me.
Is it standard procedure for you to review these documents during the course of your investigation?
Yes,
Are these text messages a fair and accurate representation of the exchange between David Rose and Alexis Rose?
yes,
Have they been materially altered, changed, or edited since you last reviewed them?
they have not.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what has been previously marked as Exhibit 28 for identification purposes into evidence.
All right, any objection?
Your Honor, if I could just clarify what the chief, if it was generally as part of the investigation, or if there's a specific line of questioning in these text messages, and what the purpose of it being admitted is, because if he's speaking to the entire conversation, we would object. But if there's a certain purpose for why if he collected it during the course of investigation, he's gonna testify into that way, then we wouldn't object. But if he's gonna testify to something specific that was said or that was sent between the two of them, then we would object on that.
Well, I mean, you have Exhibit 28, to see what it says. They're making an offer to have it be admitted and the jury review it, so. What's your position with regard to that?
I withdraw that objection, Your Honor.
Okay. And Exhibit 28 is admitted?
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Chief Lee, may you please read the text messages beginning at the timestamp 6:38 until 6:45, indicating who said what?
Sure. So at 6:38 p.m., David says, "I'm just at my limit." Alexis responds by saying, "What do you mean you're at your limit?" David said, "I just can't remember the last time that I was actually happy." In which Alexis says, "So what are you saying? You don't want to live?"
And can you also please read the text messages starting at 7:11 until completion?
Sure. So Alexis says, "Well, David, it depends on what you want. Do you just want to get better, or do you just want an end to all of the pain? I want you to get better, but you don't seem to want to." Which David responds, "I just don't see a light at the end. I honestly don't think that things will ever get better for me." Which Alexis says, "In all honesty, I'll support you in whatever you choose to do. If you want to disappear and never see mom again, I won't tell a soul where you went. If you're in so much pain that you can't fathom living anymore, then I wouldn't love you any less. I love you, and it's really hard to watch you hurt so much. I want to help you in whatever way I can, even if what you need is just getting crossfaded and got. Why don't you come over and we'll talk over your options. No judgment from my end. I'm just here to help."
In your expert opinion, through the course of your work as a police officer,
Your Honor, I would object on that. It's an expert opinion. We're not talking about, these text messages don't say anything about an opioid related death. These are text messages sent from our client to her brother about meeting together. So I would strongly object to this witness testifying as an expert as to anything said in these text messages.
Well, before we get to that, are there any other portions of this text message that you want for the record at this point in time?
Yes, so if he said if he wanted to,
You
for the
can
witness
ask
to read it
you
in-
can ask the witness to read it.
if you could read the last text message at 7:19 p.m., please.
Sure. David says, "Okay, I'll come over later. I'll get a ride with Stevie."
The rule of completeness, that's appropriate. Now, what's your next objection?
So, the prosecution had said in your expert opinion, and there wasn't really there, it was right after the witness had read, so we object that the witness is not an expert in if he was an expert in the opioid-related investigations, that these text messages are not opioid-related. At this point in time, David was alive and there was no involvement of any oxycodone.
Right,
So-
before you go on, counsel, I haven't heard the question yet, so I need to hear what the question is, and I can make a move.
In your expert opinion, have you ever heard the term crossfaded?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury and myself what is crossfaded?
Sure. So it's a commonly used word when someone ingests multiple different controlled substances at the same time. It always involves alcohol and at least one other substance.
During your investigation, did you collect any further electronic materials or evidence pertaining towards the defendant?
Yes, an investigation like this where there are text messages involved, like I said earlier, we always make sure to pull the Google search correlated with the phone number. And we later got access to Alexis Rhodes' personal bank statement.
Were these two pieces of evidence critical in forming your testimony today as an expert?
Yes, they were.
Can you refer to what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 25 for identification purposes? As always, Chief, please let me know when you have a chance to review the document.
Yep, I got it.
Do you recognize the document?
I do.
What do you recognize it today?
So this is the forensic unit report of the Google search history analysis of the phone number correlated with Alexis Rhodes.
Is it standard procedure for you to review documents like such as this during the course of your investigation?
Yes,
Were you present when the document was prepared?
I was.
How are documents like this prepared?
So our friend team who's trained to do this type of thing will go into the phone carrier, like how they got the text messages the same way. They'll go through the Google search history and create basically a graph like we see here.
Is this document a fair and accurate representation of Google search history that was conducted from Alexis Rose's phone number on March 12th through March 13th?
Yes.
Has it been materially altered, changed, or edited since you last reviewed it?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce what has been previously marked as for identification purposes as Exhibit 25 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, that's admitted without objection.
Your Honor, previously you had denied my request to publish materials for the jury. May I be allowed to publish Exhibit 25 for the jury?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Chief Lee, can you please read off the Google searches with the date and times?
Sure. So on March 12th, 2020 at 12:16 p.m., Alexis searched Mdale Apothecary phone number. March 13th of 2020 at 7:21 p.m., she searches what a fatal dose of oxycodone is. On March 13th, 2020 at 7:27, she downloads the app eCash. On March 14th, 2020 at 2:41 a.m., she searches what the signs of oxycodone overdose is. And on March 14th, 2020 at 2:43 a.m., she searches how to perform CPR.
Thank you. Can you now please refer to what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 22 for identification? Let me know when you have a chance to look at it.
Yep.
Do you recognize this document?
Yep.
What do you recognize it today?
So this is a copy of the bank statement of Alexis Rhodes' personal bank account.
Is it standard procedure for you to review documents like this during the course of your investigation?
Yes, when there are many different competing theories involved and we have many different puzzle pieces involved, we always look to the bank statement to see if there's a financial motive involved.
Did you personally prepare and or were present when they took this copy of the First Bank of Allendale's Ms. Rose's bank report?
Yes, I was there when the forensic unit pulled this piece of information.
Is this document a fair and accurate representation of a bank statement for Ms. Alexis Rose ending on April 21st, 2020?
Yes.
Has it been materially altered, changed, or edited since you last reviewed it?
No.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to move into what has been previously marked as Exhibit 22 for identification purposes into evidence.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
That's admitted.
Chief Lee, how did this bank record fit into the overall timeline of the night in question?
So this bank statement answers a lot of questions for us because, like I said, we have many different competing theories going on and with many different puzzle pieces involved, such as the text message exchange with many different timestamps, the Google searches. This kind of tied it all together and how we came to our conclusion.
How did this bank statement tie all together for you with relation to the Google searches and the text messages?
So this showed that Alexis Rose basically had a financial motive involved.
Your Honor, if I could object on speculation, I think that a bank statement doesn't warrant the fact.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah. Can I proceed? Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
Just a few questions for you. So in regard to your fingerprint analysis, you said that you have over a decade of experience in fingerprint analysis, correct?
Right. So my first job, like I said, was a forensic scene analysis and had extensive training in that.
All right, and you're aware of your department standard for fingerprint identification, correct?
Right.
So you had testified that there were several unidentifiable prints collected from the bottle, is that correct?
There was only one unidentifiable print on the bottle.
But weren't there smudge prints on the bottle as well?
There were no other prints on the bottle besides the one that we pulled up, the partial. The smudge was not a print. We found no common characteristics between that and anything in our database.
Okay, so and did you ever collect a fingerprint sample from David Rose?
No, but at the, or yes, I'm sorry. Once we, as per business standard, I'm sorry, per practice standard, after the death of someone, we always make sure to put their fingerprints in the system.
Okay. And so for this partial print, you can't identify whose print that is, correct?
For the partial print, we could. We found a 12-point characteristic matching to Alexis Rose.
Chief, I believe it was a 7-print one, correct, according to your,
Or yes, I'm sorry.
well, 7-print, so that falls below your department standard for identification, correct?
Right,
So
sorry.
wouldn't it be misleading to conclude and identify that it was Miss Alexis Rose's fingerprint?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
That's cross-examination. You can answer the question.
So it's important not to declare it as a match, but it's also relevant to make sure to know any common characteristics we found between that and the ones in our system.
So it's important to identify, but you specifically identified her as opposed to saying it possibly could be hers. You specifically identified her, correct?
The 2 full prints we found, yes, was Alexis Rose. The one partial had 7 points of character to Alexis Rose, but we could not declare it as a match.
So would it make sense if Alexis Rose had an oxycodone prescription that her fingerprints would be on that bottle?
Sure.
Now I'm going to take you to those text messages that you read. Did you read the entire conversation that day between Alexis and David?
On which day?
March 13th, 2020.
Yes.
And you testified to the second half of the conversation, correct?
Yes.
And do you know the context of the beginning of that conversation?
Do you mind if I review it real quick?
Absolutely, go ahead.
What exhibit was it?
Oh, I believe it was 28.
You're asking to the first half of the conversation that we mentioned.
Yes, I'm just asking if you referred to it. You don't have to read to it.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
And you base your conclusion on the fact that Alexis talks about death, correct?
I didn't base my conclusion on one sole thing. It was combined things that we found through our investigation. The
Okay.
text messages were one of the pieces involved.
Okay, so when it comes to the text messages, and you said the crossfading, can you be sure that's what exactly she meant?
Well, like I said, through my extensive knowledge in the field, and I've worked in over 30 cases, crossfading is only ever used as a word to describe using multiple substances at the same time.
But it's possible she could have meant something else.
I've never heard it used in any other context.
Okay, now I'm going to take you to the 911 call.
Okay.
And did you actually listen to it, or did you just read this transcript?
So the only one that listened to it was a forensic team trained to do this exact sort of thing.
Okay.
And they pulled the record and made the accurate copy.
Okay, so when you're reading the text messages, she says 3 explicit words. Can you hear the tone of her voice from a transcript?
Reading it?
Right,
No.
can you read tone?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what's going on at the time she's calling 911?
No.
So you don't know if she's scared, if she's angry, if she's confused?
No.
Okay. And when it comes to the Google search as well, your forensic team pulls it from the phone?
Right.
And when you pull a Google search from a phone, does it have any other context besides the phrase that was searched?
No, the only thing that we pull is the Google searches.
So you don't know what any circumstances or context that was made under?
Well, we reviewed the context as a whole while applying the Google searches to our investigation.
So you set up a timeline,
Correct.
but do you know specifically what was going on? Do you know what she was doing at 7:21 PM when she made that Google search?
Other than when her communications between David Rose, no.
Okay, that's all, Your Honor.
Any regrets?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Prosecution have any additional witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, we would like to call to the stand Stevie Budd.
Do you swear to tell the truth about what you're about to say?
I do.
All right, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Stevie Budd.
And Ms. Budd, why are you here today?
I'm here because the decedent in this case, David Rose, was my best friend.
And how long did you know David for?
We were best friends for 11 years.
Can you describe a little bit about David?
David was kind, he was charismatic, he was intelligent, but he really struggled with severe depression.
And how do you know Miss Alexis Rose?
Well, Alexis is David's older sister, so throughout interactions that I've had with her in passing and at her home, and I also follow her on social media.
Thank you. Based upon your interactions and personal knowledge of Miss Rose, can you please describe her?
Well, based on my interactions and my personal knowledge, I would define and describe Miss Rose as someone who I personally felt was a little self-centered. She's very social media focused. She's very active on social media. She didn't seem to be someone that David would be running to support for up until very recently.
And can you please describe David and Alexis's relationship to your knowledge?
Well, for many years they weren't close, but after his first suicide attempt, things did start to change. Alexis did try to help.
And in what ways why did this relationship change?
Well, from what I understand, after the first suicide attempt, Alexis wanted to put in more effort towards her brother. So it seemed that they were spending more time together and she was trying to help him out.
And when was the suicide attempt?
In April of 2019.
Thank you. In what ways did Alexis try to support David?
Well, I think the significant one was when David needed help for his mental health. She helped him fundraise money in order to afford therapy through social media. She would also help him by allowing him to stay over at the house when he needed somewhere to go. And she would help him self-medicate with his anxiety as well.
Objection, Your Honor. We would like to cross out that last portion of the witness's testimony on the basis of hearsay.
Let's go back to Alexis raising money for David's therapy. How did she do that?
She did it through social media. She used an app called Help Fund Me, which she tweeted about and posted so other people could see, follow her, and donate.
And you said that she promoted on social media. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, it was on Twitter and Instagram.
And was it successful?
Yes, it raised a big following. Lots of people donated. A lot of people wanted to follow her and learn more about David's story.
Objection, Your Honor. We move to strike that witness's testimony on the basis of speculation.
And do you know how many followers Alexis gained?
I couldn't tell you for certain, but from what I saw, thousands.
Thank you. Moving next to the night in question, March 13th, 2020. Do you remember that night?
I do.
Can you tell us what you remember from that night?
Well, David was having a hard time. He had just gotten fired from his job due to missing too many shifts because of therapy, and he was failing chemistry. So he called me around 10, texted me, and he asked me if we could hang out. What we would normally do when David was feeling down is we drive around and listen to Mariah Carey. So I offered to do just that. So I picked him up at around 10 and we drove around and listened to Mariah Carey.
And where did you drop David off?
At Alexis's house.
Did he say why?
He said that he wanted to be there. He said that Alexis would help him. So he really didn't want to be home either because it was toxic. So he wanted to stay at Alexis's. I offered my place to him, but that's where I wanted to be.
And did you have any other communications with David Rose that evening?
Yes, he forgot his wallet in my car. So I texted him to let him know. He told me he would return it tomorrow. And then the last communication I had with him was at 2 a.m. where he said, "I'm sorry."
And so if you were to see a copy of these text messages, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Can you please turn to what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 9? Ready to proceed? Ms. Budd, can you please tell the jury what is Exhibit 9? What has been pre-marked as Exhibit 9?
They were my text messages with David on March 13th.
And to your knowledge, is this a true and accurate copy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 9 admitted into evidence.
No objections at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. After you received the last text message from David saying, "I'm sorry," how did you respond?
Unfortunately, I was asleep when he texted me that. So I woke up 15 minutes later, panicked. I answered him, asking him what he was sorry for. I texted him again 3 minutes later to ask if everything was okay. When he didn't respond, I panicked. So I called Alexis twice. She picked up the second time. And when she didn't get back to me quick enough, I called the police about 10 minutes later.
And if you were to see a transcript of this conversation with the police, would you be able to recognize it?
Yes.
Can you please turn to what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 23? Can you please tell the jury what that is?
It is my 911 call that I made on March 14th at 2:43 in the morning.
And to your knowledge, is that a true and accurate copy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 23 into evidence.
Any objections?
No, not at this moment, Your Honor.
That's submitted.
Thank you. After the 911 call, and the call to Alexis, did you hear from anyone else?
No, I found out that David had died the next day.
And after David's death, did anything happen?
Well, there was never a funeral or any services held for him. The family did raise money for services, but there was never one held.
When you say that the family raised money for services, can you explain a little more?
Yeah, Alexis put on her social media that the family wanted to fundraise to have a ceremony or something to remember David by. And she did it a little differently than normal, but she did post about it on social media in order to do that.
You said that she did it a little differently than normal. How so?
Well, usually she used HelpFundMe, which is a third-party app for donations. But this time around, she used a different kind of app. It was called eCash, which is an app where it directly deposits the money into your account.
And you said that you saw Miss Rose promote it on her social media. If you were to see any of her posts relating to the fundraising of David's funeral, would you be able to recognize them?
Yes.
Can you please turn to what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 10? Can you please tell the jury what that is?
That it is Alexis's tweet about her brother.
To your knowledge, is that a true and accurate copy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have what has been pre-marked as Exhibit 10 entered into evidence.
Right, any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant, the witness lacks knowledge, and the counsel has not laid adequate foundation to as to whether the witness has the ability to authenticate at this being the original post. Posts can be edited and changed at any point. So we would like to object on that basis.
Your Honor, may be heard. I believe the stipulation was, or in our stipulations, we stipulated towards authenticity and that all copies are true and accurate, as well as Ms. Budd has already testified to her being an active follower of Ms. Rose's on social media and therefore would have that personal knowledge.
You see it when it was first came down on the, looks like it's March 15th.
I can of course go into that over through questioning.
Please do.
Ms. Budd, on what days did Ms. Rose promote the fundraisers for David's funeral?
March 15th,
Are there any other days that she posted about this?
April 1st.
And if you were to be able, can you please tell us a summary of to what you recall?
The first tweet, which was on March 15th, was her asking for money for her funeral expenses because the family was devastated about David's death. And the second tweet, from my recollection, was thanking everyone for their donations, which had surpassed a large amount, around $3,000.
Your Honor, at this time, again, I request for Exhibit 10 to be entered into evidence.
10 and 11.
10 and 11, Your Honor, yes.
No objections at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please tell me why it's peculiar that the family or Alexis raised money when the family did not have a funeral?
Objection, Your Honor. We object on the basis of speculation.
To your knowledge, is there anything interesting about these posts?
Again, objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Ms. Budd, did David ever have a funeral?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Hi, Stevie. May I call you Stevie?
Yep.
Before we start, I'd like to offer my deepest condolences at the loss of your friend. I know that this may be hard for you, so we do appreciate you answering our questions. So I'd like to clarify some points of your testimony. You said that you were friends with David for 11 years,
Yes.
and have you known Alexis for 11 years as well?
Through knowing David.
I'm sorry?
Through knowing David. I mean, they're siblings. He lived at home. So, but for the time that she was home up until later on, I did know her.
Okay, so would you say you've known Alexis as long as
11 years, yes.
Okay, and as far as you know, David turned to Alexis when he was in trouble?
Especially recently, yes.
So I would like you to answer yes or no, please.
Yes.
And did David consider Alexis a parental figure, yes or no? So David valued Alexis's advice, yes or no?
Yes.
So were you with him the night of his attempted suicide
Up
back
until,
in April 2019?
up until I dropped him off.
Objection, Your Honor. This is outside the scope of our examination. We did not go into the first suicide attempt or whether Stevie Budd had been with David Rose in the April attempt. Therefore, it's outside the scope of our direct.
I understand the objection. I'll allow it because it does seem to be a significant issue in this case. I'll allow you to question. You can redirect on that.
Do you want me to repeat the question?
Yes, please.
Were you with David the night of his first attempted suicide back in April of 2019?
No, I saw him at the hospital.
Did you meet with him before?
No.
Were you with him the night of his suicide in March of 2020?
Up until I dropped him off at Alexis's house, I was.
So you stated that you offered David the opportunity to come back with you that night.
Of course.
And what did David say?
He said he wanted to go to Alexis's.
Okay, now I'd like to direct your attention back to the 911 call you placed. Why did you wait for Alexis to call you back?
I was panicking as a suicide risk. It made sense to act as quickly as possible, and I figured that a wellness check wouldn't hurt anyone. I mean, I'm checking on my friend who hasn't answered me, and his sister hasn't answered me either, and I was freaking out.
So you said suicide risk. Were you concerned?
Well, as someone who has committed suicide previously and is no longer on their antidepressant medications, as he had shared with me previously, I was a little worried for him.
But you say suicide risk. So were you concerned that he would commit suicide?
I mean, he's depressed. And he has tried to commit suicide before. So as someone who's tried to commit suicide before, a lot of his treatment plan was to ensure that he did not do it again.
So how long did it take between the call you made to Alexis before you called 911?
10 minutes?
You didn't think it would be, maybe you didn't think to wait?
No. Would you have?
Well, I'm not the one I'm, trying.
Right, of course.
Of course. But so you don't know for certain what would have prompted the delay on Alexis's part for not returning your phone call. correct?
Objection, Your Honor. At this point, it's asked and answered. She's asked the witness repeatedly about her time, and the witness has given a straight answer every single time.
I'll sustain your objection.
Okay, I'll go. Do you have the kind of relationship with Alexis where she would share personal, feelings or her financial situation with you?
No.
So you don't know for certain what her financial situation is? Okay. So are you biased towards Alexis?
I have no problem with Alexis. She's my best friend's older sister.
And would you say you're jealous of the relationship she built with David?
Absolutely not. I hope that one day it would become helpful enough to where he would still be here today.
So you say that she is self-centered. What do you base this opinion on?
Well, I'll give you an example. When I was a sophomore and David was a sophomore, we both were inducted into National Honor Society for our school, which is a huge deal. And there was a ceremony. And the night of the ceremony, Alexis had called her parents saying that she had her apartment broken into, which of course is an emergency if it was broken into, but she didn't want to file a report. Nothing was taken. And David ended up having to have that ceremony alone, which seemed like, for very few accomplishments that his family had supported in terms of him, it was a really big hit.
So were you there that night?
Yes.
And were you aware that this phone call had been made?
He told me about it after.
So you didn't have personal knowledge of it, is that correct?
Not until he told me.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd like to move to strike that line of testimony on the basis that the witness does not have the personal knowledge to make that statement.
Well, you asked her whether she was biased or her opinion about it being self-centered, and she gave you an explanation of what she felt.
Okay, Your Honor. So, did David ever share with you that he didn't trust Alexis?
No.
Did he ever tell you that he didn't feel safe under her care?
No, just that he was surprised that their relationship was being better.
And he stated that exactly?
He said that they were becoming closer and that he was always very excited to see her.
Okay, so is it unreasonable to say that your relationship with your family members have the potential to get better?
Objection, Your Honor. That's speculation.
It is, but I'll allow it.
Well, just because it got better didn't mean she always helped him in the best way.
Well, I'd like you to still answer the question. Is it unreasonable to say?
No, it's not unreasonable.
Okay. And did David ever share that he didn't feel safe in her apartment?
No.
So it is your testimony here that David trusted Alexis
Yes.
and that he felt safe under her care?
Yes.
No further questions?
Yeah, redirect examination.
No redirect at this time, Your Honor.
Very good. You may. Governors have any further witnesses this time?
No, Your Honor, the prosecution rests.
So at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we will proceed with the defense case, and of course they wish to put one on. Just admonish you again, don't do any research with regard to the case, don't check anything on your phones with regard to the matter, don't discuss the matter amongst yourselves. Ultimately, You'll have an opportunity to discuss the case during your deliberations. That's the only time you discuss it. The proof is not yet closed, so don't make any determination about the case yet. Right?
All right, to the people watching over Zoom, we are going to resume. So I will turn it back over to the judge.
All right, thank you very much. The record can reflect that we're back in session. The jury is in place, defendants here, counsel is present. The government has rested their case. Does the defense wish to call any witnesses?
Before we start our case in chief, Your Honor, we'd like to make a brief motion.
All right,
The defense moves to dismiss all charges against our client on the basis that the prosecution has failed to meet its burden and failed to establish the requisite mens rea as required by New Scotland state law to show guilt on the part of our client.
right. And a response from the prosecution?
Prosecution would object on the basis that the prosecution has provided evidence that the defendant had provided illicit substances to the minor in question on just the second count alone, which should be put up to deliberations for the jury.
All right, I'll reserve on your motion, and then I'll allow you to call your witnesses.
Your Honor, the defense calls Alexis Rose.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to hold true the whole truth, all you say?
I do.
All right, you may be seated. Counsel, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good evening. Can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Alexis Rose.
And how old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
Where do you live?
I live at 28 Rosebud Way, which is in the city of Elmdale.
And do you live alone at that residence?
I do now.
Who would live there with you previously?
So previously, my ex-boyfriend, Mutt Rowland, had stayed there with me, and my brother would stay there with me often.
And what was your brother's name?
His name was David Rose.
So why would David stay at your apartment?
David would come and stay at my apartment as a space to get away from our parents. He looked to me for someone to support him and give him a safe haven from them, so he'd stay there often for that.
Were you and David always that close?
We were not. We were honestly in a bit of a toxic relationship until he attempted to take his own life in 2019.
So you mentioned David's suicide attempt in April 2019. What about that changed the dynamic of your relationship?
It was honestly a bit of a wake-up call. Before that, we had always kind of been in competition with each other. And realizing how quickly I could have lost my brother made me realize that I needed to really step up and be a better big sister and be there to support him. So we made a positive turn.
And can you briefly explain to us the relationship you both had with your parents?
It wasn't great. Our parents were the type of parents who kind of rewarded whoever was better at the time. So it made us really competitive and just made for a really toxic household.
Alexis, from your point of view, how were your parents when David first attempted suicide in 2019?
Honestly, they were more disappointed than supportive. They were more focused on being upset with David for his choice rather than trying to help him get better. And it was really hard to watch, which is why I felt the need to step up and really support him.
And again, referring to that night in 2019, can you tell us what happened when you were at the hospital with your parents, with David?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
I'll
I had told my parents that I was pregnant, even though I wasn't.
And why would you do that?
My parents were doing exactly what I'd expected. They were being really hard on David and making him more upset in the hospital. And I thought that taking the attention off of him for a few days might help start his recovery on a positive note.
So how would you say your relationship with David changed in 2019 from that point on?
It improved tremendously.
And did you offer David any support in his recovery?
I did. I was there as support as part of his safety plan with a psychologist. I offered my apartment to him as somewhere he could stay and get away, and just offered advice as his older sister.
And you mentioned you gave David advice. Can you give us an example of that?
So one that comes to mind is I remember David wanted to try out for the school theater club. I have done theater in high school, and I felt like it was a really competitive atmosphere and that it might be detrimental to his recovery. So I had just kind of given my experience on that and told him to use his best judgment.
And you mentioned about a minute ago that you knew you were part of David's safety plan. So you were aware that David was seeing a psychologist?
I was. I remember correctly, started just a few weeks after his suicide attempt. And like I said, I knew I was a part of his plan for that.
Did you know specifically what the part of the plan you were for?
I was supposed to serve as a distraction when necessary, and I was also supposed to be someone that he could reach out to in case of emergency.
And at any point, did David come to you about his course of treatment in his recovery?
Yes, I remember on one occasion, he was telling me that he was upset because the medication he was on was causing him to gain weight and was making him self-conscious. And I told him that my best suggestion was to talk to his doctor about his treatment plan and see what they could do.
So did you tell David what medication to go on?
I did not.
And now I'm gonna bring you to March 12th, 2020. Do you remember speaking to your brother that day?
I did. We texted throughout the day.
And what was the general conversation you two were having?
So David had reached out to me to let me know that unfortunately he'd lost his job. And he was really worried about telling our parents. I had told him the best thing to do was just to get it out of the way and tell them, because they were going to be upset regardless. And that he was then welcome to come over to my apartment if he wanted to after to get away for the night.
And did David come to your apartment the night of March 12th?
He did not, and I was upset with him for it.
And why would him not coming over upset you?
Because I knew that my parents weren't going to be supportive and that they were going to yell at him. And I felt like that was really hindering everything that was in place with the safety plan. So I had wanted him to come to me where he could get away from that.
Now moving on to the next day, March 13th, 2020. Did you see your brother at any time during that day?
I saw him when he came over in the evening, but we texted earlier.
And in the course of your text conversation with David that day, what is your perception of him during that time?
He honestly seemed kind of at a low point, and from my perception, I was concerned about him. So I just wanted to make sure I could be there to support him however I could.
Okay, and Alexis, if I could refer you to what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 28, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And without reading from it, can you tell us what it is?
It is some text messages between David and I before he came over to my apartment that evening.
And does that document appear in its original form, the picture as it would on your cell phone messages?
It does.
And does it appear that any changes have been made, any alterations?
It does not.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense seeks to admit what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 28 into evidence.
I think it hasn't already been admitted.
Yes, Your Honor, it was brought into evidence of the
I just
press.
want to lay the foundation with my witness as to her knowledge of that document. Referring to Exhibit 28, Alexis, can you read for us the text from David at 6:38 p.m.?
It says, I'm just at my limit.
And how did you react to that message?
I was concerned. I didn't really know what it meant, but I just felt like it was important to let him know that I was there for him and he had my support.
And again, referring you to that exhibit, can you read for us the messages from David to you at 6:38 p.m. and 6:42 p.m.?
So at 6:38, he had said, I'm just at my limit. And I asked him what he meant by that. And at 6:42, he said that he just couldn't remember the last time he was actually happy.
And can you also read for us your response to David at 6:45 p.m.?
I asked, so what are you saying? You don't want to live?
And why would you respond in that way?
I was honestly just trying to gauge where David's mindset was at so I could figure out how to help him. I wanted to make sure that he wasn't going to make any irrational choices and that he knew he can come to me and I could help him sort out this issue.
And did you want David to take his life that night?
Absolutely not. I don't want him to take his life ever.
So you said that David got to your apartment around 11:30. What did you two do when he got there?
Well, he had honestly seemed in a better mood after he hung out with his friend Stevie. So I put on our favorite soap opera on television and we had a glass of wine and just hung out.
So why would you give David a glass of wine?
I was having one to relax, so I extended it to him.
And did you let David drive after drinking this glass of wine?
Absolutely not.
Did he ever leave your apartment at any time that night after drinking a glass of wine?
No, he did not.
And he was under your direct care during that time?
Yes, until I went to sleep.
So David gets to your apartment around 11:30 p.m. How long do you guys stay out together?
stayed up watching TV until just about 1 a.m. At that point, I was really tired from the day, so I told David he could stay up and use the television. I went to sleep.
What is the next thing that you remember after going to bed that evening?
Around 2:30, I woke up to trying to get a phone call from Stevie. Stevie told me they were concerned about David and that they wanted me to check on him.
Were you expecting a call from Stevie at 2:30 in the morning?
No, Stevie and I aren't friends, and I wouldn't really expect a call at any time of the day, much less the middle of the night.
What did you do after Stevie called you?
Took me a few minutes to kind of get my bearings and get up, and then I headed out into the living room. And that's when I saw David face down on the couch. I saw some vomit on the floor, and I honestly thought that David had an upset stomach and got sick because it seemed like he was breathing. And then I got closer and realized something wasn't right.
And how long have you been in bed before going to check on David?
An hour and a half.
And was David awake at this time?
At the time when I went to bed,
Let me rephrase that. When you go to check on David in the living room after receiving Stevie's call, was he awake?
he was like barely breathing, and I just, was so concerned and wasn't really sure what was going on with him. My first instinct was to try to Google CPR because I see that happen on soap operas I watch, but I couldn't flip him over and I couldn't perform the CPR. I'm just not strong enough and I have a back issue, so it made it impossible for me to do it.
So you just mentioned you have a bad back. How did you come to have that back pain?
I was in a car accident in 2017 and I've had chronic back pain ever since.
And were you given anything to help with the back pain?
I was prescribed oxycodone to help with the back pain.
When do you take that?
I could take it regularly as I choose. I could take a 10 milligram tablet at a time, once every 4 hours and no more than 6 in a day.
And where do you usually keep that prescription?
I usually keep it in my handbag, so it's close to me in case I need it.
And on the day of March 13th, 2020, did you take any oxycodone pills?
I took 1 pill with dinner.
And so when your attempts to turn David over were unsuccessful, what did you do next?
At that point, I looked up and I saw the oxycodone bottle on my counter, and I knew I had put it in my bag closed before I went to bed. This made me think maybe David had taken it from me. So that's when I ran and called 911 to try to get help.
So you're calling 911. How are you feeling when all of this is happening?
Well, I was obviously panicked. I didn't know what was going on with my brother, and I was really scared and nervous and just a mile a minute trying to figure out what to do.
And at any point that night, did there come a point where you learned of David's condition?
I ultimately learned in the early hours of the morning that he passed away.
Switching gears a bit here, Alexis, do you have a Twitter account?
I do.
And would you say that you have a pretty active presence on Twitter?
I would say probably yes.
Were you active on Twitter following David's suicide attempt in 2019?
I was. I had made a fundraiser to try to help out with medical expenses. So that's what I started on there.
And when you say medical expenses, what expenses are you referring to?
Hospital bills, therapy sessions to kind of get his treatment going, things like that.
And why would you, as David's sister, want to pay for those things?
My parents weren't really supportive, and I, like I said, knew I needed to step up and kind of help out. So I thought this could be an opportunity to help start his treatment on the right foot.
And did you ever create another fundraiser similar to that one?
I did after David passed away.
Alexis, referring you to what's already been admitted to Exhibit 10, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is a tweet that I posted on March 15th, 2020.
And can you please read the tweet for us?
I'm incredibly devastated to share that my brother took his own life on Friday night. I want to thank everyone who has supported my family over the past year. If you want to help my family with funeral expenses, there is a link to my eCash in my bio. Any amount is helpful.
So Alexis, what was the purpose of that tweet?
I wanted to first let people know, obviously, that David passed away, and to try to help me and my parents put a funeral on for David to honor him.
Was a funeral ever held for David?
No, my parents chose not to have one.
And did you know that there was not going to be a funeral when you started this fundraiser?
No, I did not.
And how much money did that fundraiser bring in?
It raised just about $3,000.
Did you start the fundraiser with a purpose? to financially benefit yourself?
Objection, leading.
It is sustained. Can you ask the question?
Did you withdraw on that? What did you do with the money that was raised for David's fundraiser?
So as I said, the goal was to have a funeral. When my parents decided not to do that, I had used a portion of the money, about $2,000, to secure a space for a business I'd always talked about starting with David. He was super supportive of it, and I thought it was a good way to kind of honor his memory. And then I have $1,000 of that left to do some type of honoring for him, but I just haven't found the right way to honor him yet.
Alexis, did you ever give your brother any of your oxycodone pills?
No, I did not.
Did you ever want to harm David in any way?
No, I did not.
And did you help your brother take his own life?
No, I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah, proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Rose, you said earlier in your testimony just now that you raised over $3,000 for David's funeral, correct?
That's correct.
That $3,000 was paid directly to you via eCash as opposed to a GoFundMe-like website, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that instead of returning that money to the donors, you instead transferred it to your personal bank account?
Yes, for the purpose of finding a way to honor my brother.
Moreover, isn't it true that you proceeded to withdraw that more than $3,000 from your bank account in the form of cash?
Again, yes, for the purpose of honoring my brother.
Furthermore, did you not testify in your affidavit that instead of giving that money back, you took $2,000 of that and of the $3,000 windfall in donations and put it towards a payment of your office?
Yes, as I mentioned, I thought it would be a great way to honor David because he was so supportive of my business venture.
Your Honor, narration.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's dial it back and talk about the main question. You received not one, but two frantic phone calls from Stevie Budd at approximately 2:30 p.m., correct?
Yes, 2:30 a.m.
Thank you, a.m. Despite the concern of David's best friend, worried about something that had gone wrong, it took you nearly 10 minutes to get out of bed and go check on David in the living room at approximately 2:40 p.m., correct?
Yes,
You and David were the only people at the house at that point, correct?
that's correct.
Besides yourself, who was the last person to have seen David alive?
I guess I would caution Stevie, but I don't know if he bumped into anyone else on his way to my apartment.
Did you not testify to the fact that Mr. Rowland lives with you?
Mutt would stop in from time to time, yes.
During the time in question, Mr. Rowland was your boyfriend, correct?
Yes, he was.
He also lived at the residence in question at the time of the incident, correct?
He did, yes.
Did Mr. Rowland come home that night?
He was there for a bit. But like I said, I went to bed at 1 a.m., so I don't know what he did after that.
Do you know approximately what time Mr. Rowland came home that night?
I honestly don't remember, I'm sorry.
You testified in your affidavit and just now in your testimony that you came across David in a pool of vomit on the floor and he wasn't breathing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Isn't it true that at 2:40 a.m. on seeing David in a non-responsive state, you proceeded to Google at 2:41 signs of an oxycodone overdose?
Yes,
Was that not prior to you seeing the oxycodone pills in the kitchen?
to be honest with you, it all happened so fast. I was so overwhelmed. I just was trying to figure out any way I could to help my brother. I'm sorry.
Is it not true in your affidavit that you stated that you had come across the oxycodone pills open on the counter in your kitchen as you were proceeding to call the police at 2:48?
Your Honor, I would object that that's a little argumentative towards our witness.
Well, it is cross-examination, but if you're going to use a statement to either refresh your recollection or impeach it, you should read the actual statement.
Yes, Your Honor.
As you said it.
Do you recall creating an affidavit in regards to the testimony that you're presenting today prior to this trial?
I do.
Were you given the opportunity to correct any statements that you had made in that affidavit?
I was.
Did you certify that such statements were in fact valid and truthful and did not need any further corrections?
That's correct.
Give me one moment, Your Honor, to flip to the appropriate affidavit. Thank you. Reading from page 15 of the affidavit, oh, I'm sorry, on page 15, line 100, the second sentence. I noticed the bottle on the kitchen counter with the lid off. I had previously left the bottle in my purse, which was also sitting on the kitchen counter where I left. It was then that I realized I needed to call 911 because I thought David had taken my pills. Is that an accurate assessment of your affidavit?
Yes, it is.
To repeat my question from before, isn't it true then that you saw the pills lying on the counter open when you were going to go call 911 after the fact that you had Googled signs of an oxycodone overdose?
Your Honor, I would object just that the affidavit doesn't have a time frame on it. So the prosecution is putting a time on a statement that doesn't have a time on it.
Your Honor, may I-
Well, it says there's a 241 search was made. There's no time stamp on this. It's a statement made by the witness as to her recount of the events, not the specific time.
Well,
Your Honor, maybe you're-
you could break it down to different parts. You want to ask her when it was that you did that before she made the 911 call.
Isn't it true that you made a 911 call at 2:48 p.m.? I'm sorry, a.m. I keep saying p.m.
Yes, I did.
Isn't that exactly 7 minutes before making a Google search on your phone of oxycodone overdose?
No, not before.
After, I apologize.
Yes, after.
Thank you. Then 2 minutes after that first search of an oxycodone overdose, did you not Google how to perform CPR at 2:43 a.m.?
I did, like I said, I thought by giving CPR might help my brother.
Are you aware, Ms. Rose, that CPR is a standardized steps for cardiopulmonary resuscitation?
Your Honor, I would object. That's not in the witnesses. The witness has no medical experience. She stated that she searched CPR in order to help her do it. So she can't speak of whether it's not a standard practice or not. It was her decision to do that. She's not claiming she hasn't had any medical experience where she would know it.
But she can respond to that, provide that information. That's correct.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Ms. Rose, are you aware of the fact that cardiopulmonary resuscitation, commonly known as CPR, is a standardized step process?
No.
Your Honor, given the fact that it is cardiopulmonary resuscitation is a standardized process that is well known amongst us, I would like the court to make judicial notice of the fact that it is as such, including as such.
You want me to make?
I would like the court to make judicial notice that it is a standardized step process, yes, Your Honor, that no matter where you look it up, it would be the same steps, no matter where.
I don't believe that that's an appropriate thing for me to, the jury can understand what CPR is. The witness can testify about what her understanding of the process of CPR is.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
I don't need to get involved in that process.
Is it not true, Ms. Rose, that the first step in CPR, which is a standardized process, is to call 911?
Your Honor, I would object again on that. The witness is not claiming that she has any experience. She simply Googled it and was unsuccessful.
But she can answer the question she knows.
I'm not 100% sure, honestly.
Given the fact that the first step in CPR is to dial 911. Did it not take you another 5 minutes later to call 911 at 2:48 a.m.?
I did after I was unsuccessful in trying to perform CPR on my brother.
On which, your phone call to 911, you lied to the operator saying that you didn't know what he had took despite having already Googled signs of oxycodone overdose. And as you stated in your affidavit, discovering the open pill bottle of missing pills on your table, which you threw away prior to.
Your Honor, I would object that is again argumentative. It's also a compound question. There seems like a lot of issues that the prosecution is asking our witness to answer right now.
I understand this. It is compound. You can ask the question.
I can rephrase, Your Honor. Yeah.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Is it not true that you said to the 911 operator you had not known what David had taken?
That's correct.
Is it not true that prior to calling 911, you had looked up signs of oxycodone overdose?
That's correct.
Is it not also true in your affidavit that you asserted before calling 911 that you saw the oxycodone open on the table?
That's correct.
Despite that, you told is it not true that you told the 911 operator you did not know what David had taken? Let's take it back one more time too. So let's talk about the pills in question. You mentioned earlier in your testimony that you were part of David's safety plan, correct?
Yes, I was.
Did you review that safety plan?
Only in so much as David told me about it.
Alexis, you stated in your text messages. Actually, let me strike that. Alexis, is it not true that in your text messages that you had asked David to come over to get crossfaded?
I had offered that he could come over and do whatever he needed to relax, so.
Did that not include getting crossfaded?
If that's what he so chose, yes, he could.
Was it not you who recommended that? Your Honor, I have an unresponsive witness.
If you could give me a moment to collect myself as I'm talking about the death of my brother. I would just say that based on the text messages, sure, it can be read that way. But again, I just offered up my apartment to my brother, however he needed it to get away from my parents.
Do you recall those text messages?
I do.
You read them earlier in your testimony, correct?
I did.
Can you please refer to what has been introduced into evidence as Exhibit 28?
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. Can you please read to me the text message that you stated at 7:17?
I said, I love you, and it's really hard to watch you hurt so much. I want to help you in whatever way I can, even if what you need is just getting crossfaded and gossiping. Why don't you come over and we'll talk over your options? No judgment from my end. I'm just here to help.
Alexis, did you have alcoholic beverages that night?
Yes, I did.
Did you not also testify in your affidavit that you had smoked marijuana?
That's correct.
Alexis, can you explain to me what is crossfaded and your understanding?
I mean, I guess when you mix more than one thing recreationally, I guess.
In the past, did you not provide alcohol to David despite him being underage?
I did.
In the past, did you not provide marijuana to David, who was underage?
I did.
Are you not aware that on your prescription bottles, it specifically states it is a controlled substance that is not to be distributed to whom it is not prescribed?
I'm aware of that, which is why I only take it.
In the past, did you not provide Xanax, a prescription drug, to David who was not prescribed?
I had received it through Mutt, so we got it together, Mutt then, I guess. So maybe.
Did you not testify in your affidavit to providing illegal substances to your underage brother in a misguided attempt to help him self-medicate his depression?
I did. I was trying to do whatever I could to help David feel better.
Were you not aware that in April, the first attempt in which David took his life, it was with pills the year before?
Your Honor, I would object that those are facts not in evidence in this case. No one is sure how David attempted to take his own life in 2019. And the witness has no personal knowledge of how.
Well, you can answer that. I think that's an area that you went into on your examination. So, yes, you can answer the question.
I don't really know what David used to commit suicide in 2019 or attempt to commit suicide in 2019.
So you're, just for clarification purposes, you're telling me you do not understand or do not recall, let me rephrase this. For clarification purposes, you're telling me you do not know what methodology your brother tried to take his life with in 2019?
I was really more focused on the fact that my brother tried to take his life. So no, I don't remember exactly what he used specifically in order to try to accomplish that.
You mentioned before the safety plan, and I'm going to bring it up again. Are you aware that step 6 says list this step 6 in the safety plan? Actually, I'm sorry. Step 6 hasn't been introduced into evidence. Your Honor, I'd like you, I'm sorry, can you please refer to what has been remarked as Exhibit 29 for identification purposes? Recognize this document.
It says it's a client safety plan.
You mentioned that David had spoken to you about the client safety plan. Did he show it to you?
Generally, yeah, just to kind of let me know on some ways that I could be there to support and help him. But I don't remember ever like looking at it per se.
As part of the client safety plan, did David ever mention the fact that if he was to be removed from environments in which would promote suicide in his discussions with you?
Yeah, which is why I offered up my apartment, because our home situation was somewhere that would kind of promote a negative atmosphere for him.
You testified to the fact that the pills were in your purse that day, correct?
Yes,
And to the fact that later on you found them on the kitchen counter during the incident in question, correct?
yeah, they were on the kitchen counter with the lid off.
Did you not text David on March 13th, the night before suicide, asking him if he wanted to end all the pain?
I did.
Did you not, 10 minutes later, after that text about ending the pain, Google what a fatal dose of oxycodone is?
I did.
Did David not commit suicide by consuming 40 milligrams of oxycodone, of your oxycodone, approximately 5 to 6 hours after you Googled what a fatal dose of oxycodone is?
He did.
With all that in mind, are you telling me that you did not give David oxycodone?
I am, because I would never give my brother my pills.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Alexis, on cross, you were asked about CPR. Are you a medical professional?
No, I'm not.
So as you Google the signs, did you have any clue what the signs were prior to this?
No, I did not.
And again, what emotions are you feeling as you're searching this?
Well, I'm frazzled and I'm overwhelmed and I'm terrified for what's going on with my brother, so.
And you Googled and searched signs of an oxycodone overdose, correct?
Yes, I did.
But you also thought he could have an upset stomach, correct?
Yeah, because of the vomit on the floor.
So being that you're not a medical professional, could you conclude that he was overdosing at the time?
No, I could not.
Could you conclude anything that was going on other than the fact that he wasn't well?
No, just that he needed help.
And you were asked about whether Mutt Rowland was in your apartment or not. What time did you go to bed?
I went to bed at 1 a.m.
And what time did you wake up to check on David?
Around 2:30 a.m.
So is it possible that Mutt came in when you were asleep?
Sure, it's possible.
One moment, Your Honor. So you mentioned, Alexis, that you keep your pills in your purse, correct?
Yes, I do.
And did you take one on March 13th, 2020?
Yeah, I took one pill at dinner time.
Do you know how many pills are in your bottle, your prescription, when you get it?
I think it's 20 is the standard.
And did you say that you took it around dinner time?
Yeah, around 7 o'clock.
So being that you also take oxycodone, were you in a lot of pain that night?
Yeah, just long day of moving around. My back was in a lot of pain.
So is it possible that you were concerned that you could have overdosed on oxycodone?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
It is speculation. I'll sustain the objection.
So when you searched oxycodone or fatal dose of oxycodone, did you in any way withdraw that? When you searched your oxycodone for a fatal dose of oxycodone, could you have been worrying about yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I had a glass of wine, I had my oxycodone set.
And you were also asked about you giving David alcohol and drugs, correct?
Yes.
And do you know for a fact whether you're the only place that David gets drugs or alcohol from?
No, I don't know. I'm the only person.
And in the circumstances that you did give them him, did you do it to harm him?
No, I would never harm my brother.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. May I proceed? Ms. Rose, you testified earlier that your car crash was in 2017, correct?
Yes,
You were prescribed oxycodone in 2017, correct?
yes,
And have been taking it for chronic back pain since 2017, correct?
yes.
How many years is that up to the date in question of David's death?
Around 3 years.
In those 3 years, Ms. Rose, were you taking it regularly for pain when it flared up?
Yes,
At any point during those 3 years, had you consumed alcohol with oxycodone prior to that?
probably.
So to clarify, you had been taking oxycodone and had consumed alcohol throughout that 3-year span prior to the night in question, correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down. The defense have any additional witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense would like to call Mr. Ted Mullins to the stand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth of what you were about to say?
May I proceed? Good evening. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Ted Mullins.
And what is your current occupation?
I am currently a clinical psychologist at Elmdale Health Counseling.
And what is your education?
Back in 2010, I received my master's degree in clinical psychology from Sunrise Bay University. And then in 2018, I began working on my doctorate in the field at New Scotland State University.
Mr. Mullins, do you know someone by the name of David Rose?
Yes, David Rose was one of my patients. I began treating David on April 15th, 2019. At the time, David Rose was 16 years old, and this was 2 months after his attempted suicide.
And do you know if David paid for these therapy sessions?
No, David did not. According to our records, all of his therapy sessions were paid for by his sister, Alexis Rose.
So how often did you meet with David?
David and I met every Monday. Every Monday, once a week. Our sessions were at 7 o'clock and they ran for 1 hour.
So how would you describe your preliminary interactions with David?
At first, David wasn't really open with me during our first session together, so I gave him a journal to write in hopes that this would help him express his feelings.
And is this a common course of treatment?
Absolutely. Especially for me, I mainly work with children and adolescents, so journaling is a good way for my patients to express their feelings without the added pressures of opening up to a complete stranger.
And was he ever required to share these journal entries with you?
No, not at all. But I did have access to them and I have read all of the journal entries.
And according to you, did these journal entries help him?
Absolutely. By our second meeting together, David disclosed that the journal was really helpful to him, and he was also ready to speak with me about his original suicide attempt.
And what did he share with you about his suicide attempt?
David made it clear to me that his first suicide attempt was in no way an impulse decision. He had been feeling a sense of worthlessness since about the age of 14, and this mainly stemmed from his parents' disapproval of him.
And did he ever speak about the other relationships in his life?
Yes, David spoke very fondly of his best friend, Stevie Budd, and at that time, originally, he didn't have that close of a relationship with his sister, Alexis Rose.
So did he speak about his relationship with his sister after his suicide attempt?
Yes. Following David's suicide attempt, Alexis was always there to support him. David disclosed to me that Alexis was right by his side and there to help him throughout his entire recovery.
Now, going back to your therapy sessions with David, how did you approach these sessions?
Well, first things first, I would always make sure David was comfortable. This was very important for my clients, and I never pushed him to confide in me. That's why we started with the journaling. I also created something called the gratitude list. He wrote things that he was grateful for on it, and we also worked on a suicide safety plan together.
And can you explain to us what a suicide safety plan is?
A suicide safety plan is a very common practice in my field, and it's also very important for my clients that have attempted suicide previously. Essentially, what this list does is it identifies certain warning signs as well as coping strategies, and additionally, it lists all the people that you can talk to in a time of crisis.
Mr. Mullins, I would like to direct your attention to the document pre-marked Exhibit 29.
Alrighty.
Please let us know when you have it in front of you. Counsel, do you have it in front of you? Sharon?
Okay, I'm there.
Now, without reading anything on the document, what do you recognize it to be?
This document is the client safety plan that I created with David Rose.
And is this in its original form?
Yes, it is exactly the same from when we originally created it together.
And in your knowledge, has this been altered, changed, or modified in any form?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, at this time, defense would offer document pre-marked Exhibit 29 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
That's admitted.
Now, Mr. Mullins, according to the client safety plan, step 1, warning signs that a crisis may be developing. What are the signs that David indicated?
So this step is broken down into 4 different categories. First, we have situations, which is bad interactions with his parents and poor performance in school. Second is thoughts. These thoughts include, I'm at my limit, I feel worthless, I feel empty, and nothing will get better. Third, we have images. And this is imagining who will speak at his funeral. Fourth, we have behaviors. These behaviors include isolating himself in his room, skipping school, being unable to complete tasks, and having difficulty sleeping.
Now, according to the client safety plan, step 3, people and social settings that provide a distraction. Who does David include?
On step 3, David indicated Stevie Budd and Alexis Rose.
And according to the client safety plan, step 4, people whom I can ask for help. Who does David include?
Again, he listed Stevie Budd and Alexis Rose and additionally added Miss Kurtz, who was his art teacher.
Now, did David ever speak to you about including his parents on any of these lists?
No, he didn't. And I most likely would have encouraged him not to either.
And why is that?
Well, in David's case especially, many of his feelings of worthlessness stem from his parents' disapproval of him, and especially their disappointment in him in his daily life. And they were very disappointed in David after his first suicide attempt. So I mostly would have encouraged him not to include them in the first place.
Now, I'd like to go back to your credentials really quickly. How long have you been providing counseling and therapy as a licensed clinical psychologist full-time?
Full-time, I have been doing my job for 8 years.
And in those last 8 years, how long have you been providing therapy to adolescents and children?
All 8 of them.
Do you have a particular area of interest or focus?
Yes, I mainly focus on working with children and adolescents who are living with depression and anxiety.
And what do you base your treatment protocol on?
Any number of things, really. For each patient, it's important to take a different approach, but generally, the most important tools consist of my counseling sessions with them, the conversations we have, their prior medical history, their daily routines, and also the interactions that they have with people on a daily basis.
And is your training and education in the field of clinical psychology?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you going to be continuing your education in the field of clinical psychology?
Yes, as I said previously, I'm currently working on my doctorate.
Your Honor, at this time, I request that this court declare this witness to be an expert in the field of clinical psychology.
Any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, an opportunity to voir dire with the,
Yes, you may.
Mr. Mullins, have you ever testified in a trial court?
No, I have not.
And you mentioned, have you prepared a CV for today?
A what?
Curriculum vitae, meaning a resume.
I mean, I don't have it with me, but I do have a resume.
Did you create a expert opinion report for today?
I have my affidavit, which has all of my conclusions in it.
Your Honor, based upon the rules of discovery, expert witness must publish not an affidavit, but an actual report based on their expert opinions, listing their reasons why. And before 14 days of trial, we have not received any such report, and therefore we object fully to Mr. Mullins being entered as an expert witness.
No, you had Mr. Mullins or Ms. Mullins affidavit, correct?
Yes, it's an affidavit, Your Honor, and unfortunately, it neither goes into an expert opinion as well as it is not a certified not a certified report.
I will allow the designation, and you can object to a particular opinion if you wish, but we'll get to that.
Your Honor, at this time, is it possible to motion for Miss Mullins' scope of her direct examination be limited to her testimony regarding to David Rose and her personal knowledge only?
Are you desirous of going beyond that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Mullins, I'd like to go back to your counseling of David. How did he progress with your therapy sessions?
Originally, David actually progressed very well from our second session together and throughout the summer. So we decided to change from weekly meetings to bi-weekly meetings.
And is this switch common in your field?
Absolutely. As my clients progress, whether it's just counseling by itself or taking medications in comparison with it, it's generally common practice to lower the amount of meetings, especially for clients that are paying for it. However, I did let David know that I would be available still every Monday at our normal time, just in case he did experience any setbacks.
Now, in your treatment of David, did he experience any setbacks?
Unfortunately, yes. David had disclosed to me that in November and December, he began increasingly anxious. He was gonna have to see his extended family for the first time since his attempted suicide. And then following this, in January, he began having difficulty in school. This was marked by a failing grade on a chemistry midterm. Which led to a very difficult conversation with his parents about it. Additionally, at the end of February, David had disclosed to me that February was the worst month of his life so far. He was feeling very worthless. And he also informed me that he felt just as worthless as he did prior to his suicide attempt in 2019.
And how did you help him with these setbacks?
Well, on March 1st, 2020, we decided to go back to our weekly sessions. At this time is when David disclosed to me his feeling of worthlessness and how it was comparable to his suicide attempt.
When did you last see David?
The last time I met with David was March 8th. This was a week after we went back to our weekly sessions together. He was still feeling these thoughts of self-worthlessness. So that's when I had him compile a second list of things he felt grateful for in his life.
And did compiling the list help him?
Generally, these lists are supposed to be very helpful for my clients, but as I mentioned previously, I did one with David at our first session together. And this time around, he had a lot less things on his list as compared to the first time.
So what did he include on his list this time around?
The last list he prepared for me, there were only 2 things he was grateful for. The first thing being his sister Alexis, and the second thing being his best friend Stevie.
So was Alexis included in the list you made in the first session?
Yes, she was.
So during the time he received therapy from you, David indicated that he was grateful for Alexis's presence in his life and that Alexis was someone he could ask help from.
Yes, absolutely. Alexis was a big part of David's life. She was always there to help him.
Mr. Mullins, I'd like to direct your attention to the document pre-marked Exhibit 21. You have it in front of you?
Yeah.
Now, without reading anything on this document, do you recognize it?
Yes, this is a journal entry by David Rose dated March 13th, 2020.
And is this in its original form?
Yes, it is.
And as far as you know, have any alterations, changes, or modifications been made to this document?
No, they have not.
Your Honor, at this time, defense counsel would like to present document pre-marked Exhibit 21 into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor, we object on the basis of personal knowledge. This entry is dated March 13th. Although Ms. Mullins has testified that David used to share his journal entries with her, this is post-dated after her last visit on March 8th, and therefore she wouldn't have received this until after David's death, and therefore would have no personal knowledge of this testified to.
Response?
Your Honor, pursuant to stipulation 17 in the pretrial document, defense counsel and prosecution counsel have agreed that all witnesses have seen all exhibits. And under Rule 804, and under Rule FRE Rule 703, basis of an expert, an expert witness may testify to the facts of the case of which they've been made aware to.
I'll allow it.
Mr. Mullins, can you please read paragraphs 1 and 2 for us?
Yes, I can. So this is the journal entry by David dated March 13th, 2020. I've reached my limit. My parents have not spoken to me in 24 hours since I told them I was fired from my job last night. They ordered takeout for dinner tonight and didn't even tell me or order anything for me. So I guess they don't care if I eat. They only care if I don't fuck up. I know they don't love me. It's obvious. I was a pawn in their chess game of life who was clearly expendable once I was no longer valuable to them. Since I'm not the perfect son they wanted, they don't care what happens to me. I told Alexis about this all. She told me to come over and that she'd help me feel better. I don't know how she could possibly help me unless she can wipe my memory of all this pain or go back in time to prevent our parents from ever meeting and putting us through all of this pain. I just want to get better, but I don't know if I ever will. I might just be better off dead.
Now, does anything in these paragraphs stick out to you?
Multiple things, actually. The very first sentence, I've reached my limit. This is designated as a triggering statement by David on his suicide safety plan. Next, he speaks of being fired from his job, which led to an explosive conversation with his parents. And as I've mentioned numerous times previously, David's relationship with his parents was one of great strain, and it led to a lot of his depressive feelings in his life as they were not proud of him and they constantly disappointed everything he was doing. Finally, the last sentence, I might just be better off dead, is extremely triggering for someone who has previously committed suicide. I'd been counseling David for almost a full year, and not once in our meetings did he ever outrightly state that he thought he would do better off dead.
Thank you. Now, you stated earlier that David spoke to you about his first suicide attempt.
Yes.
Did David ever speak to you about his actions leading up to his first suicide attempt in 2019?
Yes, David did speak to me briefly about his actions before that day, and there is also a journal entry dated April 21st, 2019 that speaks to this as well.
Mr. Mullins, I'd like to direct your attention to document pre-marked Exhibit 12. You have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Now, without reading anything on the document, what do you recognize it to be?
This is the first journal entry written by David Rose in his journal.
And is it in its original form?
Yes, it is.
And as to your knowledge, has anything been changed, modified, or corrected in any way?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, at this time, defense counsel offers document pre-marked exhibit 12 into evidence.
All right, any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. We object on the basis of it being prejudicial evidence. It's unnecessarily confusing towards the jury. We're talking about the night in question of March 13th and 14th. We're not talking about prior suicide attempt. Rather, we're talking about the day of. And therefore, it's unnecessarily confusing the jury about David's actions.
All right, well, I think it's relevant to his state of mind, so I'm going to allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Mr. Mullins, can you read paragraphs 3 and 4 for the court, starting with, quote, "I think the people," and ending with, "would get sick of me," end quote.
Objection, Your Honor. For the rule of completeness, may the witness read the entirety of the journal?
Yes.
So this is the first journal entry by David Rose. It is dated April 21st, 2019. My new therapist, Ted, told me I should write in this journal because it will be good for me. Because it will be good for me to working through my thoughts and feelings. I'm not sure how true that is, but I'm giving it a go. I knew I hurt a lot of people by my attempt. I still feel like my parents don't understand how much I was hurting. How every day I woke up and just feel horrible. I don't know how to describe how I feel. Maybe worthless, empty. I think the people I hurt are mostly shocked because this took them by surprise and they thought I was okay. Well, it wasn't surprising to me. I'm not impulsive. I knew I didn't want to live anymore and I didn't tell anyone because I knew they would stop me. I made sure I hung out with Stevie one last time before I did it and gave Stevie this tacky bracelet I made from string. The bracelet said, quote, warmest regards, unquote, which is kind of an inside joke between us. I wanted to make sure I left Stevie something to remember me by. I think the one good thing to come out of this is realizing how much people like Alexis and Stevie care about me. I always saw Alexis as a rival for our parents' affections, but really she's the only person who can understand what it's like living in a house with our parents and the emotional toll that can take. As for Stevie, I knew we were best friends, but I always worried I was too much of a burden and that eventually Stevie would get sick of me. I guess I'm glad I survived because I wouldn't have known that I had people who loved and supported me.
Now, does anything stick out to you in this diary entry?
Yes. First, it is made clear in here, as well as David made clear to me himself, that this was in no way an impulse decision. He made a decision that he was not happy and that he didn't want to live anymore. Second, when he first attempted suicide, David left behind a bracelet for Stevie, and he did not tell her of his plan because he didn't want her to stop him. On the night of March 13th, 2020, David hung out with Stevie before going to Alexis's apartment. In this instance, he left his wallet behind in Stevie's car, which indicates to me that he just wanted to see Stevie.
Objection, Your Honor. This is for the last few lines of testimony by Ms. Mullins be stricken from the record. It is going towards an opinion on the ultimate issue by an expert witness and is unfairly drawing parallels in which it's speculation.
All right, response.
I can redirect the witness, Your Honor.
All right, and we'll strike the last portion of the response.
Now, just with respect to this diary entry and not any outside events, what sticks out to you?
So as I said, the mention of it not being an impulse decision, how David was not an impulse decision. He knew he did, or he was an impulsive person. He knew he didn't want to live anymore. Secondly, he gave Stevie the tacky bracelet that he left behind, so that Stevie had something to remember him by.
And according to this diary entry, what would you classify as one of his biggest triggers?
For David, one of his biggest triggers was his wanting to see Stevie one last time. Additionally, feeling worthless and empty were very big signs that David exhibited before his suicide attempt in 2019.
Now, based on your observation of David during his sessions, how did his behavior leading up to his suicide attempt in 2019 compare to his suicide in 2020?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm renewing the opinion on ultimate issue.
I'll sustain that objection.
I'll move on. Now, do you have any knowledge of the text messages exchanged between Alexis and David on March 12th and 13th?
Yes,
And did anything seem odd to you about their text conversation?
Objection, Your Honor. This is hearsay. Although we have stipulated to every single witness, having read every single piece of evidence that is meant to be presented or available to be presented, there's no way that Ms. Mullins would be able to testify to these text messages from personal knowledge.
Well, first of all, are the text messages that we're referring to ones that have been admitted in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so what exhibit are we talking about?
This would be exhibit 28.
And I believe exhibit 28 was offered by the prosecution, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
So it's a document evidence. When I asked her, her opinion is significant about it.
Yes, Your Honor. Do you want me to rephrase it? Do you want me to ask the question again?
yes, please.
So, do you have any knowledge, based on your knowledge of the text messages exchanged between David and Alexis, did anything seem odd to you about their text conversation?
Yes, David had clear knowledge of Alexis going to pick up her prescription medication a few days before he would be arriving at her apartment. And this directly diverged from David's suicide safety plan, where he indicated that environments with medications were not helpful to him.
And what does this indicate to you?
Objection, Your Honor. Opinion on ultimate issue.
I'll sustain that objection.
But Your Honor, if I may be heard,
Yes, you may.
I'm asking, in her professional opinion, what the text conversation indicates to her. If it goes to the ultimate issue, the declarant is unfortunately not here to testify as to his mental state. So I'm just asking her professional opinion.
Well, you've asked her about her knowledge of these texts. You've asked her what struck out to her. She's identified what struck out to her. So anything further beyond that, I do agree is it appropriate, but for the jury to make a determination.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll rephrase. Based on your observation of David and treatment of David, why would David's knowledge of prescription pills being in the apartment that he was entering into be alarming for you?
Objection, Your Honor. Ultimate issue.
No, you can answer that question, but what concerns you would have as a therapist with regard to that?
Well, as I stated previously, David was not an impulsive person. He liked to plan things out. And on our suicide safety plan that David had stuck to for almost a whole entire year, one of the steps was that he was to avoid environments with medications. However, on the evening of March 13th, 2020, David hung out with Stevie Budd and then willingly entered into Alexis Rose's apartment, knowing that there was medication there.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Mullins. In your direct, there was a reference to what is Exhibit 29. It was mentioned that step 6 is listed as, in time of crisis, Mr. Rose was to contact who?
Step 6 lists the steps to be taken to remove access to means of suicide from the environment. Were you referring to step 3 or step 4?
Step 6, it's who do you call in time of crisis?
Step 3 is people in social settings that provide distraction, and step 4 is people who lack.
Your Honor, can you please direct her to what is?
Well, counsel, I'm looking at maybe we're looking at the same thing. On exhibit 29, is that what you're referencing?
Exhibit 29. Sorry, you want, may I rephrase? Can you please read what is step 5?
Step 5, professionals or agencies I can contact during a crisis. Ted Mullins and M. Dell Health Counseling Emergency Hotline.
And on the night of March 13th, did David Rose contact you?
No, David Rose did not contact me.
And the last time you saw David Rose was on March 8th, correct?
March 8th, 2020, correct.
And you did not see Mr. Rose on the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, or 13th, correct?
We didn't have therapy sessions scheduled, so no.
And on those days that you did not see Mr. Rose, you would not have known what Mr. Rose's mental condition was, correct?
I have knowledge of what David was feeling from our sessions together. From March 1st to March 8th, he expressed feelings of worthlessness, but I was not with him on
Can you
those.
please limit your answers to yes or no?
I'm speaking from my experience with David, if I may, but on those days, we.
Your
I
Honor.
think the question was just with regard to the particular day that you're talking about. So why don't you ask the question again? And just confine your answer to that particular day.
On the days that you did not see Mr. Rose, you have no knowledge of Mr. Rose's mental condition, correct?
Well, on March 13th, I do due to the journal entry that he wrote. But on the days from March 8th to March.
Can you please
March
limit your
9th,
answers to yes or no?
I'm-
Right? That's a responsive answer to your question.
Ms. Mullins, how did David Rose attempt suicide in April of 2019?
I'm not aware. He never disclosed to me how he actually attempted suicide.
And as his therapist, you would not have any knowledge of a way your client had attempted to commit suicide?
As I said, I never pushed David to confide in me or forced him to speak on things that made him uncomfortable. So that was one of the things David did not feel comfortable talking about yet. So I didn't want to abuse my power and force him to speak on a matter if he was uncomfortable.
And Ms. Mullins, under Exhibit 29, which is the client safety plan in step 6, David had listed pills as an issue for him, correct?
He listed that he needed to steer clear of the medication.
And why is that? Can you please read in full what step 6 is?
I need to steer clear of medications. I don't foresee attempting suicide with a weapon. The best thing for me would to be get outside away from any sort of medication that could be fatal.
And you were aware that David was provided illicit substances by his sister, Alexis Rose, correct?
David made mention of it throughout his journal entries.
No further questions.
Any requests?
Yes, Your Honor. Very briefly.
Mr. Mullins, you stated in your, in cross just recently that you were aware Alexis had given David medications. And you said that you had a chance, actually, rephrase. You said that you were aware Alexis had given David medications, is that correct?
Yes, David made mention of it maybe one or twice in his journal entries.
And what, did you counsel him in any way about that?
I asked David if he wanted to speak on it. But again, I never pushed David to talk to me about anything. But as far as I was told by David, Alexis was nothing but helpful and was only there to help him.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any regret or recross?
Ms. Mullins, do you remember giving a signed and sworn statement on November 1st, 2020?
Yes.
And in that statement, you said you had recognized that David had told you that he had taken substances, correct?
Your Honor, this exhibit has now been entered into evidence, so counsel needs to present it to the witness before asking any questions and use it as a means of recollection.
Your Honor, it's impeachment evidence. It does not need to be presented into evidence.
All right, well, first, before we get to that, is there a particular statement that you want to cross-examine the person on?
Yes, under your redirect.
What page?
So it is page 16 and into 17. It's a small snippet
saying where David also expressed that I begin experimenting with alcohol to the end of page 16.
All right, so when you ask the witness whether or not she made the statement, read the statement, and ask the witness whether or not she made it.
Ms. Mullins, do you recognize making this statement? I asked him where he got the alcohol from, and he said sometimes he took some from his parents without them knowing, other times he got them from Alexis. I informed him that alcohol is a present, and that it is not in his best interest to turn to alcohol as a distraction. And David stated that Alexis was trying her best to help, but often did not how to do so, but she never let him drink to the point of intoxication. Is that correct? Yeah, no further questions.
Your Honor, if I may have a brief recross. Redirect.
No, I think we're good on that. All right. You can step down. Thank you very much. Does the defense have any further witnesses they wish to call?
No, Your Honor. The defense rests.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the evidence through this case, the proof is closed. We're going to proceed to closing statements, and then I'll give you a brief jury instruction before you deliberate. Before I do that, though, I'm going to take another 5-minute break just so that the council can get organized and be prepared to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, to people watching on Zoom, we are resuming and I will turn it back over to the judge.
Record can reflect that we are back in court once again. The defendant is present, parties are present, the jury is present. At this point in time, we'll now hear closing statements. Defense ready to proceed with our closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may begin.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for your time and attention throughout this evening. I echo what my co-counsel said at the beginning of the trial. You have the single most important task tonight to determine whether the evidence and arguments presented amount to a finding that our client, Alexis Rose, intentionally caused or aided David in his suicide, and whether her actions on the night of his death endangered his life. What the prosecution is asking you to do is to convict Alexis of these crimes. They are also asking you to accept that they have met their burden of proof with respect to this case. That is to say that they have presented credible evidence and proof to overcome the presumption that Alexis is innocent beyond a reasonable doubt. I have to remind you that this presumption is still intact. And in order to overcome this presumption and convict Alexis, the prosecution is going to ask you to answer a question that you might not be able to. And that question is, what really happened the night of David's suicide? And in order to answer this question, you will have to turn to the evidence that has been submitted to you both by us and the prosecution. But there is a stark difference in what we have presented to you and what the prosecution has. The prosecution has relied entirely on speculation to present a narrative where Alexis is a manipulator and an enabler. When in reality, to David, Alexis has been the person he turned to in his moments of grief, in his moments of loneliness. Alexis was the parental figure he was missing in his own parents. Alexis was in his corner, which meant more to him than we can understand. We are not going to contest that a life was lost that night. Alexis is acutely aware of it. She has lost her only brother. What we are going to contest, however, is any involvement on Alexis's part. The prosecution has speculated at length about Alexis's possible motive behind enabling or even encouraging David's suicide. They have tried to present the evidence to you in a manner that will lead to this conclusion. Earlier tonight, my co-counsel asked that you look at the various evidences presented to you tonight as individual puzzle pieces that all add up to a bigger picture. In the prosecution's case, they would prefer if it came together to prove Alexis's guilt. But in order to achieve that, the evidence has to be accepted in exactly the way the prosecution has presented it to you. If there is even the slightest variation, the puzzle pieces will not fit, and you are left with gaps in the bigger picture. We first turn to the testimony provided by Stevie Budd. Stevie testifies that Alexis is self-centered based on one instance in the 11 years that Stevie has known both David and Alexis. Bad things don't happen to people on a schedule. Burglars don't make an appointment with you before they burglarize your apartment. How could Alexis have manipulated her way into that situation? This is one side, one interpretation of the facts. The prosecution then relies on the testimony of the chief of Elmdale Police, Chief Lee. And in his testimony, the chief speaks about Alexis's search history, bases his conclusion but Alexis has some sort of motive. On 2 instances highlighted from the search history conducted on Alexis's phone. I ask you, does simply downloading an app amount to intent? eCash is a financial transaction app with many purposes, one of which is for transferring money into others' accounts. The second search is on the fatal dose of oxycodone. I think it may have slipped the chief's mind that Alexis has been prescribed the oxycodone. Conducting a search on the parameters of the medication that you have been prescribed is a testament to your responsibility as a consumer and as a patient. Does not amount to intent. Additionally, the chief also relies on text messages where Alexis apparently supports David's suicidal ideations. What the chief conveniently leaves out is that Alexis spent the entire evening supporting David and ensuring that he knew that she was there for him. Even if he was considering suicide, Alexis emphasized that he had other options. Why don't you come over and we'll talk over your options? No judgment from my end. I'm just here to help you. This is the text that Alexis sent David. Now, David has spoke to Mr. Mullins about his suicide ideations, and Mr. Mullins has supported him to the best of his abilities and training. Does that mean that Mr. Mullins should also be on trial for aiding David's suicide? And finally, the chief conducted fingerprint analysis based off of the prints that he lifted from Alexis's oxycodone bottle. There were a total of 3 prints, 2 full prints belonging to Alexis, and a partial print that had a 7-point match to Alexis. The chief also stated that several unidentifiable smudged prints were obtained. But other than David's prints, no prints were obtained from Mutt Rowland, from David and Alexis's parents, and none of them were run against the partial. If the goal of a police investigation is the objective collection and investigation of facts, where is that objectivity here? From the beginning, the investigation has only pursued one person and one narrative. Alexis is the sole suspect for the entirety of the investigation. At no point does the chief indicate that other suspects were even remotely considered. There's extensive testimony alluding to the negligent care Alexis's and David's parents had with respect to them. Were their prints ever run? No. Were they even considered as suspects? No. The police officers arrived at the scene the night of David's suicide, saw Alexis was the only other person in the apartment, observed her alleged fearful and uncooperative behavior, and immediately added 2 and 2 to form 5. They narrowed the scope of their investigation based off of this initial and entirely misleading conclusion. So how reliable really is this investigation? Can the fate of a 22-year-old be decided by such a skewed investigation? How reliable really, I ask you, is the chief's testimony here tonight? We submit to you that the chief's conclusions are entirely speculative and based on, again, one interpretation of the facts. The truth is that there are any number of interpretations and stories one can take away from the facts. The only conclusion of the chiefs, which is based on credible evidence, is that David's ingestion of a dose 4 times the recommended dose of oxycodone is indicative of an intentional suicide attempt, especially in David's case, as he has no prior history of opioid use. The rest, all based on misleading inferences and opinions, all speculative, none of which can or should be used in your determination of our client's fate. The true bigger picture here is that David suffered with life and all that it encompasses. You've heard from Mr. Mullins and from Alexis. David was a bright boy with the future ahead of him, but a lot of things weighed heavily down on him. David continuously expressed that he was feeling worthless and that he did not have much to be thankful for in his life. He lost his job and had an explosive fight with his parents the night of his suicide. The biggest takeaway from Mr. Mullins' testimony here tonight is that David is not an impulsive person. His suicide, his attempted suicide in April 2019 was not impulsive, and neither was his suicide, which ultimately led to his death on March 2020. On both occasions, David had made up his mind and had decided to take his own life. And according to Mr. Mullins and David's behavioral patterns leading up to the night of his suicide, David would have gone through with his plan without anyone's encouragement, let alone Alexis's. He was at a breaking point, and we submit to you that no one could have talked him off that ledge. Much of Alexis's actions as a supportive sister has been scrutinized by the prosecution in an effort to further their self-serving narrative. All of the witnesses tonight have testified to the nature of Alexis's and David's relationship. And no matter who called them onto the stage, they all had one thing in common. David trusted Alexis. The prosecution also relies extensively on Alexis's social media presence and the fundraisers she held to cover David's medical expenses. Alexis has testified at length on the strained relationship that she and David shared with their parents. You can see why Alexis would feel compelled, maybe even responsible, to raise her own funds to care for her brother. But at the end of the day, David was still a minor. Decisions relating to his care and his life really were in the hands of his parents. So not having a funeral is on them, not on Alexis. You've heard from Alexis. Even after David's death, she continues to honor his memory by choosing to do with the money what he would have done for her. I can keep going on and present many more instances where Alexis's devotion to David is clear. But I think you see the gaps of the bigger picture the prosecution has tried to put together for you. The puzzle pieces don't quite fit. The evidence they relied on has been picked apart. In a few short moments, the judge will instruct you on the law. I urge you to remember that until you render a verdict, Alexis is still presumed innocent. And it can only be overcome by credible evidence proving otherwise, beyond a reasonable doubt. And I suggest to you that there is none here. I strongly urge you to look past the self-serving narrative the prosecution has tried to create here tonight, presenting Alexis as a manipulative, scheming mastermind. And I ask that you see her for who she truly is, a young and grieving sister. You are a reasonable jury, and when you consider the facts and the totality of the circumstances surrounding David's suicide, it will be clear to you that the prosecution is reaching far beyond what is reasonable to convict her. They don't have a case here. David trusted Alexis until the end. Why else would David, knowing that it was his last day on this earth and in this life, choose to be with Alexis? It is for these reasons we ask that you find our client, Alexis Rose, not guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Counselor. We'll hear from the prosecution now.
Yes, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Earlier, my co-counsel, Ms. Dema, asked you, what if you could have it all? What if you could be the loving, caring sister who genuinely loves your brother and would do anything to help him? What if by helping him, you could also benefit yourself? These two goals do not have to be mutually exclusive, as was evidenced in this case. The fact of the matter is, David Rose committed suicide. He was suicidal. Not a single person who testified here today said he was. The defense counsel acknowledges his suicidal ideation. That's not in question here. What is in question here is intent. The burden of proof is on us, the prosecution, to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Alexis Rose, on or about March 14th, 2020, in the city of Albany, knowingly, intentionally, and without legal justification, encouraged, aided David Rose in committing suicide. The second count is the endangerment of a child by acting knowingly in a manner likely to be injurious to the physical, mental, or moral welfare of a person under 18 years old. The question here, ladies and gentlemen, is about intent. And it is very difficult to determine. That is why we have you, a jury, who is here to deliberate on what is intent based on the evidence provided to you today. Intent requires you to take the evidence that has been presented to you today and extrapolate and infer from that evidence what you think Alexis Rose's intent was as it pertained to David that night. The defense made this argument here about puzzle pieces, that individual puzzle pieces need to come together to make a picture. And their argument is that the prosecution, myself and Ms. Dema, didn't put the puzzle pieces together through the evidence to present this picture. I vehemently disagree with this. And to express that, I want to go with you step by step through this evidence and explain to you how this indicates Alexis Rose's intent on the night in question. So let's go through that. The first thing on this timetable is the text messages that happened from 6 to about 7:19. At 7:11 p.m., Alexis Rose texts, "Do you want to end all this pain?" And throughout this conversation, Alexis is going back and forth with David about whether or not she'd miss him, whether or not she would support him. And quite honestly, Alexis did support him. Our argument isn't that Alexis didn't love her brother. Our argument is that unfortunately, her way of showing that was misguided, it was selfish, and it was wrong. She went so far as to help him and ended his life as a result. He wanted an end to all the pain, and she provided him the means. At 7:11, she texted him back. Within 10 minutes, she Googles fatal dose of oxycodone. And the defense will present to you that she is a person who has been taking oxycodone and should look that up, that she was consuming alcohol that night, that she had consumed marijuana that night along with oxycodone. But I'll remind you that Alexis Rose had been taking oxycodone since 2017. She had had it for 3 years at that point, that if she had been taking it regularly for her chronic pain. It's auspicious that she decides at that moment, 10 minutes after asking her brother, "Do you want to end all the pain?" What a fatal dose of oxycodone is. And I want to point out the autopsy report. In the autopsy report, it showed in the toxicology that he took 615 nanograms of oxycodone throughout his bloodstream, indicating that he'd taken 4 pills, exactly 4. Not the full bottle, not 10, because after she had taken 1 pill earlier that evening, there was 19 left, and he took exactly 4. 5 minutes after Alexis Googled a fatal dose of oxycodone, she then proceeds to download eCash. She proceeds to download a Venmo or Cash App-like substitute to raise money. The same app that she uses then the following week to raise money in donations for David's funeral expenses. She had and absolutely did try to support David by raising money for his therapy. But prior to that, she had done it through websites like GoFundMe, in which the money was given to the website and given for the purposes in the form of donations. This was in fact direct payments to Alexis, who later that month deposited those donations in the form of a windfall to her that she spent on her, despite the fact that David had not had a funeral. She benefited herself selfishly on the back of the fact that her brother had committed suicide. David comes over that night. He consumes alcohol together. Alexis testifies to the fact that she consumed alcohol, that she had taken oxycodone earlier that day, and that she had smoked marijuana. She had asked David that night if he wanted to get crossfaded. But here's the fact that remains. They're in that toxicology. There is no marijuana traces or THC traces in David's bloodstream. The only thing in his bloodstream is oxycodone and alcohol. And as Detective Lee testified, getting crossfaded is a combination of usually alcohol and another substance. In this case, oxycodone. Alexis then claims that she goes to bed at 1. And David then proceeds to die, approximately between 2:40 to 2:48. In that time period, David proceeds to ingest 4 pills of oxycodone. Alexis, in her own testimony, says that the pills were in her bag. This would have required, if we were to go with the defense's presumption, that David went through her bag, took the pills out, proceeded to open the pills, then take exactly 4 pills and consume them after she had gone to bed or before she went to bed. All without leaving a single fingerprint. There was 3 fingerprints matched on that bottle, 2 of which were positively identified with Alexis, one of which had 7 characteristics identifying with Alexis. Not a single characteristic on these smudges, which the bottle was found in the trash. These smudges, not a single characteristic was found with David. There's also this allegation of why didn't we look into Mutt? Why didn't we look into her parents? Her parents weren't there that night. And yes, Mutt was there that night, and Mutt proceeded to leave. The fact of the matter is, there is no evidence to suggest that David went through the bag and pulled out those pills and took it himself. The fact of the matter is, because that there's no fingerprints, it alleges that Alexis had taken it. Either she had left it out or she had given those to David. At which point, David then proceeds to overdose. Alexis comes upon his body at 2:40, 10 whole minutes after being called by Miss Bud. Took her 10 minutes to get out of bed and go check on her suicidal brother. After receiving 2 frantic calls and explanations of how Stevie was worried given the text messages that David had sent her. Alexis then proceeds to walk to David, sees him in a pool of vomit, assumes he puked, probably from the alcohol that she gave to a minor, at which point she then tries to perform CPR. I'll remind the jury that CPR, the first step is to call the police. She didn't do that. She waited a successful 5 more minutes to call the police after looking up CPR. In fact, what she did before even looking up CPR was look up the fatal doses of oxycodone at 2:41 a.m. Then, when she goes to call the police, she goes into the kitchen to go to the phone and proceeds to see the open bottles and open pills, had already Googled what the signs of oxycodone is, calls 911, and then lies to the 911 operator saying she has no idea whatsoever of what drugs were taken. Had she told the 911 operator and EMS had arrived, potentially David could have gotten Narcan and had been saved. We don't know that. The fact of the matter is she did lie to the operator and didn't say what he had taken. She hung up on the operator. after been revealed to her that there was a wellness check. David's death is a tragedy. And we have to acknowledge that that tragedy affects all of our community. New Scotland is less for the death of David. And David was in fact in pain. David very much did want to end it all. And Alexis, being the supportive, loving sister, tried to help him. The problem is that that help was the wrong kind of help. David was seeing Mr. Mullins. David was getting better and having his worst days and roller coastering, for lack of a better term. He had his ups, he had his downs. He was taking the right steps. And to Alexis's benefit, she did help pay for that. But by saying that day in question that she'll help him with whatever she needs, whatever she can do to support him, she was encouraging his suicidal ideation. He wanted to end it all. That's not in dispute. What is in dispute is the fact that she assisted him. She looked up what fatal dose was. She gave him the pills or left the pill bottle out for him to take. She was aware that he had suicidal ideations. She was aware that he knew she had oxycodone, and he was in an environment in which he could commit suicide by pills, having reviewed and or been told about the safety plan, and she did nothing about it. What really comes into question, what really drives it home for me, and what I hope drives it home for you, is the fact that upon arriving to David's body, it took her 8 minutes to call 911. 8 whole minutes. Those 8 minutes could have been the difference between life and death for David. And while you're in deliberation, I implore you, I beg you to take 8 minutes of silence amongst yourselves. Say nothing, do nothing, look across from one another, each of the juror members, and say and do nothing for 8 whole minutes, so you can grasp the gravity of how long of a time that was between Alexis arriving on the body and 911 being called. That has to do with intent. That is why Alexis Rose is guilty of assisting and promoting the suicide of her brother. She loved him, but unfortunately that love meant that she helped him end his life. And to exacerbate the grievance upon that, she then materially benefited from his death. For those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to find guilty on all counts. Take the 8 minutes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Counselor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury proof is concluded. The closing statements have been made. Let me remind you that, again, closing statements are not proof. They are not evidence. It's only the arguments of counsel. You can rely upon them if you feel that they are helpful to you. If you disagree with them, you're not required to rely upon them. Ultimately, you're the judge of the facts of the case. So insofar as your recollection differs from one of the other attorney's recollections of the fact, you're to go with your recollection. Necessary, you can call you back in. We can have the court reporter read back a particular piece of testimony. That being said, my obligation at this point in time is to provide you with jury instructions for the 2 charges, so I will do that. The first charge is a charge under count 1 for promoting a suicide attempt. Under New Scotland state law, a person is guilty of promoting a suicide attempt when he or she intentionally causes or aids another person to attempt suicide. Intent means conscious objective or purpose. Thus, a person intentionally causes or aids another person to attempt suicide when his or her conscious objective or purpose is to do so. Death of the person attempting suicide is not required to find the defendant guilty of promoting a suicide attempt. Whether a person causes or aids another to attempt suicide is determined based on the totality of the circumstances. Evidence that the defendant encouraged a person to attempt suicide either by words or conduct can support a finding that the defendant caused or aided another person to attempt suicide. Evidence that the defendant provided a person with the means to attempt suicide while knowing or having reason to know that means would be used for a suicide attempt will support a finding that the defendant caused or aided another person to attempt suicide. Whether anything more, with or without anything more, evidence that the defendant knew of another person's desire to attempt suicide but took no actions to stop the attempt is not sufficient on its own to support a finding of guilt. In order for you to find the defendant guilty of this crime, the people are required to prove from all the evidence in this case beyond a reasonable doubt both of the following two elements. One, that on or about March 14th, 2020, in the county of Allendale, David Rose attempted suicide. And two, that the defendant, Alexis Rose, intentionally caused or aided him or her to do so. If you find that the people have proven beyond a reasonable doubt both of those elements, you must find the defendant guilty of this crime. If you find that people have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt either one or both of these elements, you must find the defendant not guilty of this crime. Now let's proceed on to count two, to the count of endangering the welfare of a child. Under New Scotland state law, a person is guilty of endangering the welfare of a child when that person knowingly acts in a manner likely to be injurious to the physical, mental, or moral welfare of the person less than 18 years old. A person knowingly acts in a manner likely to be injurious to the physical, mental, or moral welfare of a child when that person is aware that he or she is acting in such a manner. The defendant must act in a manner which is likely to be injurious to the physical, mental, or moral welfare of the child, knowing of the likelihood of such injury. The defendant's actions need not be directed specifically at the child. Whether the defendant acted in a manner likely to be injurious to the physical, mental, or moral welfare of a child depends on the circumstances. Actions that can be considered harmful include driving intoxicated with a child passenger, providing alcohol or drugs to a child, encouraging a child to engage in violence or behaviors with high risk of injury to the child, or committing violence in the presence of the child. The defendant may be found guilty for failure to act in the face of an apparent risk of harm to a child while that child is under their supervision or a guest in their residence. Actual harm to the child need not result in order to find the defendant guilty under this charge. Knowledge of the age of the defendant is not an element of this crime, and it is not a defense to this charge that the defendant did not know the age of the child or believe the age of the child to be 18 years or more. In order for you to find the defendant guilty of this crime, the people are required to prove from all of the evidence in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following three elements. One, that on or about March 14th, 2020, in the county of Allendale, the defendant Alexis Rose acted in a manner likely to be injurious to the physical, mental, or moral welfare of David Rose. Two, that the defendant did so knowingly. And three, that David Rose was less than 18 years old. If you find that people have proven beyond a reasonable doubt all of those elements, you must find the defendant guilty of the crime. If you find that the people have not proven beyond a reasonable doubt either one or more of those elements, you must find the defendant not guilty of this crime. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that is your jury instruction. At this point in time, I'm going to ask you to go deliberate and then report back to the fellow. Good job. Let's wait for the jury. See what they say.
Thank you.
Let's go to this picture.
This way. Okay,
We're not. This one?
yeah, that works. Okay, we are going to hand out certificates. If everyone could just remain seated. If you,
We get like 5.
okay, we're gonna take, we can take 5, then we'll do certificates, right?
Thank you.
Be quick because when the jury's here. Okay, so to our people watching over Zoom, we are going to resume. The way this works is, well, first of all, I will hand out awards to all of our competitors. And then the jury will deliver their verdict. Just for people unfamiliar with this trial, the jury verdict does not decide who wins. That is up to our judge. So just to do that. And before I do want to give just a few thank yous, a little different from what Professor Jim said at the beginning. So I'd first like to thank my associate Elise Coombs, who was really my rock throughout this competition. I really could not have done this without you. I think the competition chair gets a lot of credit, but really a lot of credit goes to Elise, who compiled entirely new rules and procedures for hosting a remote competition, scheduled and sometimes rescheduled rounds, and did it also professionally while balancing all of her other obligations and somehow finding time to sleep. So thank you, Elise. Next to Professor Jim, who is the advisor to this competition. He's really been a mentor to me throughout my law school career, and thank you for assuring me that I was capable of writing a mock trial fact pattern, despite the fact that I never competed in a mock trial competition before. So thank you. To Joe Heidel for keeping Elise and I sane and always somehow managing to stay positive. The entire moot court board for being willing to step in and lend a helping hand when we were in a pinch and putting up with me in the group me all year long. To my parents, my sisters and Connor for your constant support. And then to all the bailiffs, jurors, and witnesses for volunteering, especially the people here tonight. They're not in the room, so they won't hear. It's, it's approaching finals, and taking the time out of your night to, help our competition. It's really great. And then finally, to all of the competitors for dedicating your time to this competition when you could have just taken a lighter load during your final year. It's been an absolute privilege to watch you bring my fact patterns to life in often very different ways. And I'm just really proud to be a member of such a talented class. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of your senior prize trials competition. So now I'm going to turn it over to Elise, who's going to hand out our certificates.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining and staying with us to the end. We would like to give a huge congratulations to every single competitor of this competition. You're all wonderful and we appreciate you so much. So now we would like to hand out certificates for each of our competitors. And we would like to start with the quarterfinalists. Halima Begum, Courtney Trombley, Jake Iceland, Elizabeth Boltman, Daniel Hodgkinson, and Nicholas Wall. Please come down and Catherine will hand you your certificate.
This coffee's amazing. Guys, use the logo right behind there, right in front of the judge.
Your team picture.
I know, I'm just gonna say that.
All right, look for Peg. Look for Peg, yeah. I can't use a photo with you guys touching each other. What do you want?
And now we would like to congratulate our semifinalists. We have Louis Grasso, Cassidy Milam, Kelly Amorim, and Brian O'Keefe. Now for a very special award, the Best Oral Advocate. This person earned the highest individual score during both preliminary rounds. This individual has been an outstanding competitor and an absolute pleasure to watch throughout the course of the year. This year's Best Oral Advocate Award goes to Elizabeth Volkman.
Gosh, wow.
Congrats. All right, I think we're just waiting on the jury. I can
Congratulations for all of our competitors.
And then just one final thank you, because I don't think he heard me before. A last thank you to Judge Stewart, who has, he's been the final round judge for 3 of the moot court board competitions this year. So the moot court board is very thankful to have him here for a 3rd time, and glad that he's willing to sit through these long things on his night off.
Thank you. A lot of paper.
Yeah, I dumped the majority of it.
All I can offer is public as well, so. I don't think that is small, so it's not.
You got a good day, man. You got great.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
Oh, should we?
All rise for the jury. All right, you can all be seated. Has the jury reached a verdict?
We
have not reached a verdict as to the first count, but we have to the second.
All right. As to count two, what's your verdict?
We find the defendant guilty.
All right, and as to count one, you're hung.
Yes, we are.
Well, we're gonna schedule a retrial. In about 10 minutes. All right, well, congratulations. That's a fine job by everybody. How do you want to proceed? Just,
You know, you can give feedback first, you can say the result first.
well, I consider this like an Irish wake, you know? You need the body to have the party, but they don't expect them to say a heck of a lot. So what I want to do, I'll talk to the competitors individually when we're done, because you may have particular questions. I really think that you all did a fantastic job. It amazes me all the work that you put in. It amazes me all the work that the chairs and the problem writers put in, the witnesses, you know, the ability to remember everything and try to figure out and not go off record is interesting. So, you know, all of it is very impressive. I was just thinking, you know, at the beginning that I still remember on moot court board senior trials, and that was a long time ago. But because there was some issue that arose, and we had to have big meetings all the time. I mean, I'm not saying that the rest of your life is downhill from here. I'm just saying that it's, you know, this is a significant time period, and you invested a lot of time in this, and I'm appreciative of it, and I think that you did a great job. That being said, let me get to the direction here. So based upon my scoring, which was extremely close, my conclusion was that the defense, Team B, was the winner of the competition based upon the criteria I imposed, with Team A very, very close behind. So congratulations. Now you get some sweet awards.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you too. Great job. Thank you. You guys too. Oh my God, I'm near tears.
I'm going to transaction. I'm going to try again.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
I know. Only transactional attorney who will agree to do.
Take over.
All right, well, thank you to everybody who joined. Catherine, do you want to close out? Okay, it looks like I'm wrapping up. I just want to say thank you to everybody. This was a very successful year. Catherine and Elise did a great job, and we had a truly outstanding final round. So thank you, have a great night, and I hope to see you at our moot court award ceremony Saturday. Thank you.